of a battle cry. Some days, some nights, some live, some die in the name of the samurai. Some fight, some bleed, some up, some down, the sons of a battle cry. A battle cry.
Howdy, it's your old pal, Tiki the Hut. Thanks for joining me again on another Too Late Tonight with Tiki. Sorry, I was just getting a cup of tea ready. It's been a long day at work. So, if I sound a little tired, that's all it is. I'm still super happy to be here. I'm just getting a nice little cup of Earl Grey going. Well, we got some models to paint. Last weekend we finished up our AA trucks, which are pretty awesome. I feel like that's gonna be super handy for the Imperial Japanese for this 3rd edition. So now we're moving on to our two light, our Scorpion light walkers. These are pretty good. If you guys were able to, if you're able to see the narrative battle report I put out earlier today, you got to see almost firsthand, how effective these light walkers could be, particularly when you take the time and the points to equip them out with a light compression cannon. That could be a game changer. I apologize for the delay. I had a short time to catch a quick little rest right before working the shift, so I'm just trying to neaten up my hobby area and get back to another weekend of painting. So give me about a minute here to get my tea settled, as it were. Yeah, we drink a lot of coffee, so I had to kind of swap over to tea, Try something a little different. Hey, Squid Fist, what's going on, buddy? Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you showing up. I know it's late. That's the name, Too Late Tonight with Tiki. I always appreciate when someone I know kind of hops in the stream. It always makes it worth it. So, just to catch you up on everything going on, we are working on some Scorpion light walkers. And we have one right here to kind of go off of. That'll be like our little key scale. Oh man, I can only imagine how hard it is putting kids to sleep. Like, from what I understand, that can be tough. I don't know. I don't have kids, but from what I understand, that's not easy. So, my respect to you, man. Thanks, man. Yeah. So, like I said, you can tell we use our same like vineyard style pattern camo. So for these, I think like in the book they're all like solid camouflage. Not solid camouflage, but they're three-tone camouflage, very similar to what a lot of their tanks are. And so for mine, I wanted to use my own camouflage, but just like my battle frames, my exosuit battle frames for the Imperial Japanese. What I did is I took this samurai style armor, I can't think of the proper term for it, like almost like the plate mail or split plate, and those I'm actually painting green, and that's on each leg, and then on top of that I do their actual camo pattern. So I think it ends up looking pretty well. With these ones, like I said, with these it's a lot of painting a little bit of like a lead belcher and then hitting it with a Nolan oil to kind of get that super greasy, like leaky hydraulic, you know? Nice. Yeah, camos, man, they could be a lot of fun. They can also be tough. Because like you'll do it well one time and you're like, shit, now I have to figure out how to do it exactly like this every time. You know, that could be almost one of the more difficult parts. That'll be one thing I'm excited about for the them bringing Conflict 47 into when they bring Conflict 47 in line with bolt action, and they start allowing multiple walkers to be taken. I'm gonna be very excited to take multiple Scorpions. These things are absolutely brutal. Alright, let's get painting. Fetch up my lead belcher. I got a new pod of lead belcher coming in, but until then I'll be working with this one. Yep. Yeah, I think when they bring in Version 3 rules, especially people taking entire armed platoons, I think it's literally gonna look like a alternate history 1940s, battle mech. Or Battletech, I think it's the term. Yeah, Battletech on the board. Put it down to like 28 millimeters. So you're gonna have these big old towns. You're just gonna have walkers everywhere. People are gonna be able to field like light walkers and like recon rolls. They're gonna have medium walkers for all around missions. They're gonna have a couple of heavy walkers for like fire support, and you're literally gonna see just like all walker units just stomping through a whole building. It's gonna be super cool to see. I'm really excited for that. Hey, good morning. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I thought it'd be a lot easier. I'm like, oh, this will be easier than doing a regular, battle report. But that surprisingly took a lot of editing. A lot of editing to put together that narrative battle report. So I'm glad you liked it, man. It literally makes it all worth it. Seriously. Yeah, it shocked me with how labor intensive that editing was for that thing. Yeah, I'm trying to remain consistent. Like I said, these streams are always on the weekends. I try and always put a short out at least on Wednesday, and then anything extra I kind of put out, I try and target it towards like a Friday, you know? But yeah, if you did watch the narrative battle report, you're gonna definitely see how effective these light walkers are. They punch well above their weight class. Not destruction-wise, but they can really, as you probably saw in the battle report, they can really pin down a heavier vehicle with this light compression cannon. Yeah, Squid Fist. It's about, I think it's like 10 minutes long. It's kind of like a battle report. It's more of like a narrative style, you know, kind of like how Cosmic does and Lower Decks kind of do like their stories, kind of similar to that. So it's kind of like a fictitious story, you know, based off like how the dice rolls came out for the demo game. I'm gonna go back and do an actual like original old school style tactical play-by-play, you know, explaining each dice roll and what happened to kind of teach you how to play Conflict 47. But I want to do kind of a more of a fun, almost like a audio drama from like the old like 1930 days, you know? It's right now we're just kind of painting the armor on the legs, and we're probably gonna go through and get all the exposed metal, like the vents and the joints and stuff like that. It's fun. Like I said, I messed around with like the audio settings to like kind of compress the voice, so it kind of sounds like an old narration. I was worried it'd be too grating or it'd be like a little too long. Like, oh, okay, that's funny for like the first 2 minutes, you know, but 10 minutes, like Jesus. But I tweaked it to where hopefully, like, you get used to it. Hopefully it's not that bad. So I was thinking, like, I listened to it so many times editing that I've kind of, like, lost my perspective on it. That I kind of biased, so I was like, I have no idea if it's grading, if it's not grading. So the fun fact, a little behind the scenes, when you do listen to it, they I reference, loading ammunition into a magazine. It's not 8mm Nambu because I don't have that, but it actually is a real 9mm rounds being loaded into a PPS 43 magazine. A civilian model, of course. And then when it says some stumbling, you can hear it being loaded. That's an empty magazine being put into the PPS 43 and the bolt being closed on it, on an empty mag for safety reasons. If you're exposed enough, you can hear the fact that it's empty. If you know what it is that you're listening for. But that's like a little fun director's commentary behind the scenes. So that's one thing. When you do listen to it, I would recommend listening to it with headphones, because I kind of worked with the sound a little bit. So like for the Scorpion Walker, it's like on one side of you, and you hear it walk to the other side of you, and that's where it shoots from, because that's what it looks like on the table from that point of view. So there's a lot of like editing with like left and right sound view. Not really ASMR, but. I mean, yeah, Henry's come stock from the factory, pretty buttery and smooth. But other lever actions, man, you got to put the work into them and just cycle them over and over and over. I've had to do that before, where like I buy a lever action, and in the first 500 rounds to break it in, I just sit there on the couch, just like watching a movie or show, and just working the lever, just trying to break in that action. Yeah, exactly. So what are you up to this morning, 21? You working on any models yourself? Yeah, these things are, they have a resin body, but their legs are all metal, so they're chunky boys. But I think as long as you do a good base coat, like I said, I use a spray primer, Zendari Dust. As long as you do a good spray primer, you take the paint pretty easy. Hey, what's going on, Francois? We're working on our 2 additional Scorpion Walkers right now. Yeah, shipping can be a pain. So far, you know, knock on wood, I haven't had any issues. A lot of Conflict 47, especially your specialized infantry or heavier infantry, they're all metal. Like a good example here. Let me grab. Speaking of rioting in the Penal Legion, let me grab the Soviet Terror Squad, the Soviet Siberian Terror Squad, straight out of the Gulag, with antifreeze in their blood. And more of the same. Yeah, we made a big vow for Morning Glory's painting vow, so I gotta catch up. You know, I finished the trucks last weekend. This weekend's gonna be the walkers, and hopefully get started on the tanks. It's gonna be a lot of Chihas. We got 7 Chihas to build. Hey, what's going on, HS? Yeah. You got a straight up Scorpion invasion, man. We just got some cold weather down here. HS made me think about what the weather must be like up where you are, man. It must be subarctic. Well, it's funny you say that. I actually just showed this on stream. But let me turn the light down. I'll show you this. So, I pick up deals where I can find them. And so I picked this guy up when I was doing my demo game. That's the video that I put out today, the narrative battle report. That's just a narrative version of the demo game. So the Siberian Terror Squads. And very recently, somebody just got me these. Some Daughters of the Motherland, which I'm pretty excited because that was the second ever video I ever put out, was covering the Daughters of the Motherland as a short. So it's pretty cool. So if you've seen the video, or if you remember me painting them, I have the cult. I have the Cult of Imhotep. So, you know, that's Totem Core, that's, you know, people with machine guns, assault rifles, and the big old Panther X tank, right? I have my Bear Infantry, my Ursus Infantry that I painted. Now I have Siberian Terrors and Daughters of the Motherland, so that covers the Soviets. And then for the Americans and British, I actually have a Guardian Light Walker coming in. And I may have some other stuff coming in, I'm not sure yet, so that way it gives me you know, some Conflict 47 models for every different army, so I can show up. You know, great example. Hopefully, we're playing some guys here on the 30th of this month. Hopefully, we'll be meeting up at Ocala playing some Bolt Action. I'm gonna bring some Conflict 47 models with me, you know, and see if we can, you know, issue their stock standard Bolt Action armies with some Weird War, you know, Rift Tech Conflict 47 units to get some Conflict 47 games in. That's pretty cool, Jets. Yeah, I have a whole bunch of these extra werewolf heads from a werewolf box I have from Wargaming Atlantic. So they're gonna put some of those like Shrek Wolfen heads. I'm gonna put all those on like the belts of these Daughters in the Motherland. So for colors, I promised them steal Morning Glory's idea. I was already thinking about it. I like a lot of people have, but the Red Alert themed, you know. So I think I'm gonna paint their armors green because they have body armor. I'll paint their hammer and sickle gold. Their greatcoats I'm gonna paint red, and I'm gonna give them the black Ushanka hats. So yeah, I always said it's a cool idea doing Soviets like Red Alert style, but I've seen people do it. You know, it's a cool idea, not a unique idea, if that makes sense. But it doesn't affect how cool it is, in my opinion. So. So if you guys are curious where the videos are, I'm hoping either one of my lore videos is next on my editing deck to finish, or it'll be the unboxing video, and that's in addition to all my shorts. Hey, what's going on, Matthew? How's it going, buddy? Oh yeah, you know what? Let me get a pull up there. Let me paint this fourth leg, and then I'll get a pull out there in the chat. Yeah, same here, Matthew. It's actually shockingly cold here. I'm actually drinking like a nice warm cup of Earl Grey, and it's like everything right now. It's life. Hey, Jess, hey, I'm really glad you watched it. I'm super glad you liked it, man. I think it's kind of a risk. It's kind of a bold move. It's not really how bolt actions go. I'm sorry, I say bolt action. That's all tired and I apologize. That's not how bat reps are supposed to go. For those who haven't seen it, it's like 10 minutes long. It's more of a narrative style, so it's kind of like a think like an old radio drama, like, you know, the Phantom, like, oh, the Phantom knows, you know, or, you know, like an old Dick Tracy serial kind of thing. It's told through that. It's all black and white, you know, it's kind of very old school style. I thought it'd be kind of humorous. I play a lot of Crimson Skies, you can probably tell, so that's where I got the influence for. But man, you guys are awesome. I'm glad you guys watching it. I can't tell you how much it pumped me up that you guys enjoyed it. It was shockingly a lot more work than I thought it would be. I thought it'd be a super quick, you know, make the pictures black and white and just, you know, write a little story and I'll be good. But it actually took us. It took more man hours than I expected. But it's worth it, man. If you guys liked it, then it's 100% worth it, and I'm super glad. I feel bad because I know you guys have to like wait for videos. There's not a lot of people putting out Conflict 47 videos, so I don't mean to like hold you hostage. But it's just me. It's a one-man studio. Hey, what's going on, Sean? At the risk of sounding unmodest, and please feel free to rein me in. But the one cool thing I really liked about the video, and I didn't notice until I was editing it for like the upteenth hour, was as I was staring at it, I noticed that, with the exception of the aquarium decor, like it was all mine. Like the tabletop terrain, I built and painted it. The models on both sides, I built and painted them. You know, the narration, the editing, I was like, holy shit! Like this, it's one of those things where it's kind of cool being a one-person team because it's all you. You know, there's no one else to blame when shit goes wrong. You know, but I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool. You know. It was just cool to see how far I've come in about a year, especially with, as far as like models built. You know, like I had the same bolt action models built for like a year, then I've just been, because of the stream and because of y'all, actually, I've been able to drastically increase the amount of models that I have built and painted. Which is what we're working on right now. Corner of the market. It's a very small market. It's a very niche market. That's what, you know, that's what it is, and you're right, Itchess, and I appreciate that. Truly, I do. Like I said, and honestly, that's what keeps me going sometimes. Like I said, when you guys said you liked the video, I was like, oh, it's awesome. Because I felt like it was kind of like a big gamble. I'm like, people are either going to really like this style or they're not. Like, I don't think it's going to be kind of a middle ground for this. So, it's like, ooh, we'll see what happens. Oh, man. I'm excited to do a real battle report for that battle so you guys can see, you know, because it almost harkens back to, like, my D&D days. You know, where you sit somebody down, you go over each turn and stuff like that, and what you're going to do, and turn order and all this kind of stuff. And then you talk about how it plays out narratively, if that makes sense, you know. So now that I did it backward, did the narrative part first to kind of like flavor it. Now it's gonna be fun to take you guys back, show you the pictures in color, you know, and actually like moving arrows around, show you, you know, what person made what choice, what unit, where, why, what happened, show you the dice rolls, you know, all that fun stuff. Nice. Yeah, Matthew, if you have an Instagram, I don't. So feel free to steal any pictures that I put up. Feel free to take and put up yourself if you want, man. Anything to get the hobby growing. That's awesome. And that also goes when you guys paint your models. If you paint your 40K models, sorry, 40K here, Conflict 47 models, some way that's different than what shows up on the box, feel free to kick me those pictures. I got another guy, he already sent me some cool pictures. His dad, this is super cool, his dad painted his British Grenadiers in like traditional redcoat style. So it's super awesome. You have these guys almost like Coldstream guards, you know, in like traditional redcoat style uniforms, but they're carrying like assault rifles, and oh dude, they look so so damn cool. I'm like, oh, that's the kind of groovy, you know, alternate history shit I'm looking for. So when you do that, I'm going to kick those up the email chain to the lead painter, you know, name dropper, right? I'm going to kick it up to the lead painter at Warlord Games for Conflict 47 so they can kind of like help influence, you know, what models look like in the future for the next generations. Obviously, the credit's going to go to whoever gives me the pictures. I'm not going to take credit for your work. But I also don't want to be running around giving people's email out, so it's kind of like acting like a conduit, if that makes sense. uh, it's it's weird. So you mentioned Trench Crusade, like I see it. I think the models look cool. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know. It's definitely since they don't have like any kind of a Bushido thing. I mean, I have no skin in the game. I hope it's fun for people, but I look at the aesthetics. The aesthetics are cool, but I guess it's just not my bag. I think it looks great. It's funny, what the aesthetics look like to me is, and I think that's what they're going for, I think it's somewhere between like Cthulhu World War I mixed with Elden Ring or like Dark Souls. I don't know if everybody else gets that exact vibe. Maybe it's a different formula for you guys, but that's what it looks like for me. Hey, what's going on, Evolution? Yeah, man, this is, actually, this would be like a legit, armored reconnaissance section right here. But, yeah, we're working on these guys right now, getting them ready. Oh, that's what, I was like, what am I doing? I finished the leg. I said I was gonna do something. That's right. Let me put a poll in the chat. I do like the tanks from the, I don't know how to pronounce it. Is it pronounced Quar? I think it's pronounced Quar. I saw a tank from that and I thought it looked really cool. Nope, I'm muted while I'm typing in my, while I'm typing in the channel, but no, I unmuted just to say, so I refuse to say Reki any more than I legally have to. I will say Recon. You hear me go quiet? It's only because I'm working on a poll for you guys. So you guys, I like you guys, especially the ones who you know, take the time to show up and support me and chat with me. I like you guys picking the next short. I said you guys picked U.S. Heavy Infantry. We put it out and it did really well. It got a lot of likes and it got a lot of views. So clearly the chat is wise. The chat knows what it's doing. I should trust the chat. Alright, sorry about that. I know it disappeared for a little bit. I was just typing. Hold on, let me fix my face. There we go, my fit. There we go, I think I fixed my face. The trials and tribulations of being a video tuber. Yeah, there you go, I fixed my face. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, bonsai boys and surf ninjas. There's a poll in the chat. Oh my goodness, I don't mean to alarm you, but we do have Nathan. The one, the only. I have a lot of good fans, and Nathan is 100% one of them. This guy's had my back 100%. Nathan is in the chat, so I'm pretty excited. We have successfully been reinforced. If you guys like Space Marine 2, I know I do. I'm a heavy. Come at me. Go check out Nathan's video. I'm pretty excited. I might download that mod, Nathan. I'm not gonna lie. Being an assault marine with a flamethrower, with a flamer, I'm pretty excited for that. But welcome to the chat, brother. Commander, no such thing as being late, buddy. I'm just happy to see you. I appreciate your comments on the videos. Hey, a nerd's nerd, what's going on? Oh man, the whole cast is here. 12 people. Oh my goodness. I think we actually have enough people to crew all 3 Scorpions. So we are working on Scorpion Light Walkers. We have our my OG Scorpion Light Walker that I'm using as a guide. And then we have our 2 Scorpion Light Walkers that we're getting painted. So we're going to do the legs first, then we're going to do the weapons and the metal gear, and then we'll do the paint scheme. Hey. Right? I know, right? I mean, it's insane. I'm not... You guys are spoiling me. You guys are definitely spoiling me. But I actually owe Chad a huge one. I asked you guys, we did a poll last weekend, on what Conflict 47 short y'all wanted to see, and y'all picked US Heavy Infantry. I'm not gonna lie, it's not the one I would have picked right off the bat, but I'm like, hey, you know, that's what the chat wants. Who am I to say no? I put out that short, and so far it's been a really good short. It's been very popular, so I'm like, you know what? I think we're onto something. I appreciate it, HS. That's a, it's true, and it's a very qualifying statement, you know? And it's like saying, I'm the... I can't even think it's off the top of my head, but it's like being like the tallest guy who lives with Snow White, you know, out of like the 7 dwarves. You know, it's a very qualifying statement, but it's true. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's very happening for the time frame. Like I said, I have a weird life, so I'm up these weird hours. You guys are just all absolute badasses for being up at this insane hour. I can't thank you guys enough. Bonsai indeed. Yeah, for those of you who've seen the video, when you watch the narrative report, you actually got to see a legit organic bonsai go off, and it went off well. Not to be a spoiler, but there is 100% of bonsai charge in that battle, because this is still Conflict 47, so we still have legit bonsai rules, not like that weak tea stuff that version 3 gives you. That's a very kind thing to say, HS. Or it's very, both of you guys, very nice thing to say, Commander and HS. I can't concur. I appreciate it. I don't think I can concur. If I was even close, I'd still have a long way to go. But the best way to think about it, if I may be so bold, is think of it like a, oh, Nathan, you guys are killing me. Think of it like an extension, right? Like I'm your Wish.com or your Temu version of Mordian, like on off hours while poor Mordian's getting the sleep that it desperately needs. You guys can like come over here and hang out with me for a little while. We do some Weird War shit with our Weird War friends, you know. And then when it's back to the League for the Professionals and talk about real stuff like 40k or Bolt Action, we give you back to the professionals. You know, like that cool uncle who has Vietnam flashbacks and buys you illegal fireworks? I saw that, Matthew. I'm gonna have to pick that up. I felt like I was targeted. Someone's like, "Hey, would you like to see IJA, and I was like, oh son, I'm so weak. I can't turn down a game that has the IJA like that. That's why I play so much Enlisted. People are like, hey, are you on Space Marine 2? Or are you on Dark Tide? Or are you on Helldivers 2 or Starship Trooper Extinction? Those are all games. I play all of them. They're all great. But my main, I guess, online game is Enlisted. I play a very unhealthy amount of Enlisted. Thanks, Nerd. So a lot of us are all buddies and friends from another YouTube channel called Morning Glory. He's a very, very good tabletop wargamer. He does a lot of Warhammer 40k content and actually a good amount of bolt action content. He also has a brother, Scala Jr., who's also very good, and he focuses solely on bolt action. So I shamelessly steal away people from their chats and their comment sections. But man, I'm so glad you guys are here. It's awesome. It's definitely it's humbling, but it's more energizing than an energy drink. I'll tell you that. But I'm excited to actually. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna keep hyping it up only because I put so many hours into it. That narrative battle report. It was so cool to finally show people, at least in my weird head. Because you guys remember, I'm a forever DM. I played a lot of Dungeons & Dragons when I left Warhammer 40k. So I'm a forever DM. I have that kind of like DM bug about me. So that's how it is when I see these Conflict 47 stuff. I've read all the books, I read all the lore, I read the 2 novels. So when I play the tabletop, like I see these stories in my head. So it's so cool to actually get to take a little bit of that from my head and kind of like word vomit it to a video. It seems like some of you guys enjoyed it, which is really cool. Sorry, just catch up on the chats. There's so many, I don't know what to do. People are talking to me. So many comments. I feel like you guys are ganging up and giving me compliments that I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna like retroactively shut down. Yeah, just that's too much praise. I don't know, like air does not compute. But I mean, you guys are awesome. But ooh, I will say, oh no, I think it's over now. Yeah, I think today might be the last day for it, but I know Warlord Games is having another cheeky sale. So they had their like Cyber Monday sale, which was pretty good, don't get me wrong. They had like 15% off of Conflict 47 and then like another buy 4 or buy 3 get 4 free even for walkers, which is sweet. But lately they came after us Americans and Canadians. Warlord Games was having a $40 free US Canada shipping. I was like, oh, you cheeky bastards. So I was forced against my will to buy another Conflict 47 model that I didn't need because it was $40 in free shipping. So I bought a $44 Guardian Light Walker. Warlord Games, you're watching, you clever marketing bastard, you got me. With your $40 free shipping. Clever. Funny HS, no more merch plugs. I usually put it in at the beginning of the stream. I didn't do it this time. I just wanted to do it for that first month. But all the links to the merch store are on all my videos. You guys are free to like check out the store. I'm actually about to add, if there's any French Resistance fans, I'm about to actually add French Resistance t-shirts. So that'll be fun. But no, I was just gonna market it that first month, and after that, like I said, I don't want to bother people, so I just put the links in there. Check it out if you want. If not, hey, that's cool too. But I will say, if you do check it out, the t-shirts for some reason are on a massive back order. I think it's because of the holidays. So it's taken forever for people to get any of their t-shirts. The stickers come pretty fast, and the hoodies aren't too bad. But on the t-shirts, there's a long pause on them for some reason. You guys know how this is always a super low. Can't think of the right term. It's a chill, it's a laid back kind of stream. So there's no monetization or anything like that. It's all just laid back for fun. It's our channel, you know, not like in a USSR, you know, werewolf, werebear infantry, but like it's just our spot to kind of hang out and chill and talk about Conflict 47 or whatever else you guys want to talk about. So yeah, the first month I plugged a little bit of the merch, but now, you know, the links are there. Feel free to check it out. No worries. I have a hoodie and it's warm and comfortable. I know Square Hunter Sean has a hoodie. We both wear ours. They're super comfortable. Oh god, check back up on the chat. How do people do this? Oh god. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I think you're right, Evolution. That might have been it. That might have been because they're on strike. I'm not sure. Okay, so I'm trying to catch up. Please feel free to make fun of me because I'm not a professional. Commander, quick question. Tiki, did you use a real-life gun for the clip? So for those, I guess not eagle-eyed, but maybe fox-eared. There you go. For you fox-eared listeners, in the narrative battle report that I put out, some of the background sounds for loading when he talks about loading the 8mm Nambu rounds to the magazine and you know, checking his submachine gun. Yes, that's actually a real-life firearm. For safety reasons, the first part where we're talking about putting rounds in a magazine, that's me putting 9mm NATO rounds in a PPS 43C magazine. And then for the you'll hear me like load the ammo, then you hear me like slap it against my hand to kind of make sure all the rounds are in line. And then later when he talks about checking his SMG, for safety reasons, very important you guys understand this, because if you know what a PPS 43 is, even though it's been converted to not fire from the open bolt, it can still be a little hazardous, you know, the way the safety is loaded out. So it's actually an empty magazine. You can hear it if you're used to it. It's an empty magazine being slapped into the mag well, and then the bolt goes forward, because even though mine operates from a closed bolt position because it's a civilian model, the traditional submachine gun one would fire from the open bolt. So that's why you hear the mag going first and the bolt rides forward. I was about to say, I would love to have a Type 100 SMG, but I was lucky enough to pick up a 9mm NATO PPS 43 Charlie. Oh, yep. I see what you're talking about. Yep. I appreciate that, Evolution. Yeah, I have a dog. He sheds. So he sheds all the time. Even when I spray paint my models, just spray paints his hair on there, and I got to go through and pick his damn hair off. Bastard. It's a great dog, though. Hey, what's going on, Cheese Wheel? Welcome, brother. Yeah, welcome to a Conflict 47 stream, man. This is what we do. We chat about Conflict 47, and we paint bolt action and Conflict 47 models. Right now we're working on some Imperial Japanese Scorpion Lightwalkers, which used them in a demo game. These things, they're bullies, so they can't take on heavier tanks, but they can absolutely pin and harass the hell out of them. Yeah, between the recon special rule and the light compression cannon, I mean, you can absolutely piss off it took on a Panther X, and luckily it pinned it enough times when the Panther X finally shot at it, it was combat ineffective. It had so many pins on it, it couldn't quite hit this thing. Luckily, absolutely luckily. But if again, another shameless plug. If you watch the narrative bat rope, which I just released today, you know, we'll keep a running tally how many times I plug it. But I got a little too bold with the Panther X. I'm like, oh, it's pinned, and that thing opened up with its Hitler buzzsaw mini machine gun and absolutely cut down like my leadership team. I was like, okay, nope, it's still dangerous. Never mind. Yeah, no, it's awesome to have 20 or 30. I have 20. They're count as Shiobi, the Imperial Japanese zombies. Mine are more like Tiki themes, so they have like Tiki masks and stuff like that. So you guys will find this funny. I'm actually in chats right now. I designed a zombie hula girl on Hero Forge. I'm actually talking to someone with a 3D printer to get them printed, so I should be adding those to my army. But for my German army cheese wheel, I use Cult of Imhotep from the Mummy movies, and instead of Totenkor, I use mummies. So I have about, I think, like 22 mummies. Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about, Cheese Wheel. Yeah, they have good stuff. But yeah, man, welcome to the stream. As you can tell, there's some really cool people in here. There are some super cool people who are in here, generally here on the weekends. So I stream from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Eastern, EST. You're more welcome to come and hang out, drop in and out as you see fit. There's no roll call. There's nothing like that. We're just all in here, just chilling and hanging out together. Some of us are up late. Some of us are up early. Some of us are stuck at work. So we all just kind of sit here and chat to each other while I struggle and paint Conflict 47 models. And I am here to answer, I don't know everything, but I'm here to answer any Conflict 47 questions you guys have. If I don't know the answer, like any good person, I'll tell you I don't know, and I'll get you the answer as fast and as soon as I can. Actually, let me check. Let me see how the poll's doing. Oh snap! There's people voting in the poll. All right, so what the poll is every week on Wednesday, on Warlord Wednesday, I put out a short covering one of the units. It's like a minute, very quick, down and dirty minute rundown of a Conflict 47 unit. I'm trying to cover all the Rift Tech units that come in the starter boxes first, and then I'll branch out. So if there's a particular model you want to see, I put up 4 choices up on the poll. Man, already 11 votes. Man, you guys are awesome. Yeah, it's a hair. Damn. This camera's better than I thought, HS. You have like eagle eyes. Yeah, keep shutting out the hairs when you see them, buddy. I don't see them at all. I'm just over here painting. I have like one eye on the chat, and it's not enough. So yeah, you keep calling those hairs out, buddy. So my dog, actually, it's not, I already give this information. When you see the videos, you'll see the very beginning. It has like this very unique emblem. If you guys have seen me before, you'll know my emblem. It's me in a Fallout suit, and I have like a Hawaiian shirt and my trusty lever action 12 gauge. There's also a dog next to me. That's one of my dogs. He's a Brittany Spaniel. So he sheds white hair. So these little thin hairs you see are all of his white hairs, and it's wintertime here, so he's just shedding everywhere. So that dog you see in that emblem's actually a real dog. I rescued him when I was in Croatia. He is an absolute awesome dog. He shits. Alright. Oh god, I gotta scroll down. So far behind. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I thought I was caught up in the chats and I was like, oh god, I gotta scroll down. See, I've never actually hunted a wolf, HS, but I bagged a lot of coyotes, when I go up and visit my in-laws. They're depends what you want to call them. Some people like saying First Nations. I say, tribal. I don't know. People have different terms for it. They're Native American, whatever term you want to use. Anyways, when I go up and visit them, they had a coyote problem for a while. They was picking off their dogs. So I went up on a rooftop with, you know, a mug full of coffee, and I took my trusty woods gun. I took a lever action 357, about a 20-inch barrel. So it's got like a 10+1 capacity. You know, so a full strength 357 Magnum coming out of a 20-inch barrel. It's moving. It's enough to put down a coyote. I don't think it's enough to put down a wolf, but it can 100% put down a coyote. It's like we say Indian. Ah, whatever. So yeah, I've bagged. I generally, the only time I go hunting, I like hunting things that are you know, invasive species, so I don't have to worry about tag limit. Then I'm also doing good for like my local area, but also like hunting things that are dangerous. So I hunt hogs. I want to go diving for lionfish. For fun, sometimes I go down south in the wintertime and I'll hunt iguanas out of trees with like a bow fishing bow. They're so bad. They're so bad for the environment down here. Those damn iguanas. Yeah, Sean, you ain't wrong, man. Yeah, 357. That's why I got the 20-inch barrel. A lot of people go for like the 14-inch barrel because it's handier, and nothing wrong with that. I get it, but a 20-inch barrel, you're getting more, you know, foot-pounds when it comes out of that barrel. More importantly, you also, with a lever gun, you know, you get more capacity. So like with the 20-inch, it's a 10+1 357 Magnum capacity. That's hard to pass up. Yeah, so it's one of those things. I'll probably, as much as I would love to, like historically, I'll probably never get a bolt action rifle. But we've talked about this stream before. I have a weird firing thing where I'm right-handed but left-eye dominant. You know, so for long guns I shoot them left-handed. So bolt actions just generally don't work. That's why I like lever guns, particularly lever guns that eject the brass off the top. Made for left-hand shooters, you know. But get back to the Conflict 47, speaking of bolt action, right? If you guys watch that report, you know, he plugs it again, keep track, you know, keep a tally. There's nothing wrong with infantry with bolt action rifles. There's always a place for infantry and small arms. No matter what kind of rift tech stuff you have, from zombies to, you know, walkers to tanks. Sometimes it just comes down to Billy Badass and his bolt action rifle, who's ain't gonna take no shit off nobody. So when you're building your Conflict 47 list, don't be afraid to just, you know, stock it with some good old-fashioned riflemen. Because you're still going to need someone to take an objective. But I'm slowly catching up all the chats. Back to you, Nathan. I appreciate hopping in the chat, Nathan. It's always good to see you. And if you guys don't know, Nathan just put out a really good video on Space Marine 2. His videos have very, very good quality. A lot of good editing goes into it. He's funny as shit. So definitely check it out. But as far as the music, I'm glad you like it, buddy. I made a like a 2.5 hour mix of music that's all royalty free. It's all mine. I made it with an AI program. I know some people don't like AI. I completely understand. I just use it as a tool, you know. And the reason why I use it is that way I can use it on these streams and not have to borrow anybody else's music, you know, and worry about copyright strikes or any of that other kind of stuff. Because I try and keep everything free. That's why I know when you start talking about AI, people get understandably people are like, hey, why aren't you paying someone for their services? And I understand that, but I try and, you know, I never do this for profit, so I'm trying to keep the stream as free and laid back and chill as possible. So part of that was making some background AI music. So that's what you hear in the background. It is available. I have a video out there that's like 2.5 hours. If you guys want to use the music for anything, by all means, it's royalty free. You guys can use it for whatever you want. You don't have to credit anybody. You do you. Oh, I'm so sorry. So it's Nathan X 2000. Nathan, common spelling, X as an X-ray, and then 2000. Yeah, so I've hired people on Fiverr to make music, and they're good. It just takes a long time, and it's like 1 5-minute song, so I'm like, ah. So with this, you know, I'm not stealing the music for anybody. There's nobody I know who plays, you know, hula billy music with like the shamshin Japanese string instrument, you know. This is all very unique, so I'm like, let me just crank this out real quick. And what makes me feel better is, again, this is royalty free. I'll never strike anybody for it, so if any musician wants to steal this stuff and actually make a song, by all means, you do you, boo. You know, knock yourself out. Aha, mosquito. I don't think anybody saw that. Nobody saw that murder on stream. Mosquito flew right by. Which is weird because it's cold. I don't know why we still have mosquitoes. It's like, what the fuck, was I summoned? Yes, yes you were. I was just talking about your video, buddy. I wanted to direct any Space Marine 2 fans over to your video. And I'll have to answer your question about the music, man. I made it with that Suno AI program. I made like 2.5 hours of just like straight up Tiki / Far East fusion music. The fun thing was coming up with like song names, because you know it's like each song's like 2 minutes long, and it's 2 hours and 30 minutes of music, so you have to like get really creative with these names. So I just started naming it off whatever I could think of. I always make this joke, but I was watching Grandma's Boy and I heard one song. And it sounded like a car chase, so the song's car is like, yeah, monkey karate chop the elephant, or like, drive, monkey, drive faster. Not a bad idea. Evolution, I'm actually thinking about doing that as, those are going to be my short tactical videos, like Tiki Talks Tactics. And that's what I'm going to do, like, they're going to be longer than my shorts, but shorter than a 10-minute video. So I want to have, you know, 1-minute shorts. I want to have 10-minute videos that are more laid back, and I want to have like short little like 3 to 5 minute videos, you know. And that's where I talk about, you know, specific stuff to Conflict 47, like, hey, how does, you know, stand and fire work, or how does point blank shooting versus hand-to-hand combat work, you know. Real short stuff. HS, yeah, it's funny, I was just talking about that. I'm in the process of commissioning somebody to print those for me. I designed some on Hero Forge, and I'm talking with someone to print me off about 20 of them in 28mm. So actually we'll have some zombie hula girls, believe it or not. Tactic Talks lawsuit coming. That's awesome. Well, technically mine is Tiki Talks Tactics, so Tactic Talks is only Tactic Talks. This is Tiki Talks Tactics. I'm sorry I went for the triple alliteration, you know. You already had tack in your name, so don't come after me. Alright, make sure I didn't miss anything in the chats. Tiki Flage. It cracked me up when I heard it. I think I'll stick with my vineyard camo. But technically, if you look at I think in my Discord, I changed my Discord image to this funny little background I made. I think it's on some of the stickers in the merch store. But it's like an actual Tiki camouflage, and then it has me riding on a Hago tank. I thought it was pretty funny. There's actually a Tiki camouflage. It's on one of the stickers. It says like Hago, let's go. It's Type 95 Hago, let's go. And I think there's a bumper sticker that says my other ride has a one-man turret rule. Alright. I think we're good on our leg armor. So, traditionally the Scorpions, when you look at how they come in the book or in the box, they're all one traditional style of Imperial Japanese camouflage. I'm doing mine similar to how I do my exoframe battlesuits, where I paint this kind of splint armor, this very stylized Japanese samurai style armor. I like to paint that green, and then I do my vineyard camo over it. It would also look really good red too. So if you want to do like more of like a home guard, you know, like a ceremonial guard, red would look really good, like a classic samurai. Cheese Wheel, if you're still in the stream, I got something to show you, buddy. If you're looking to like help expand your bolt action models into Conflict 47 for not too crazy of a price, I highly recommend this. Oh no, it's too bright. I highly recommend the Samurai box from Warlord Games for Pike and Shot. It's 28mm, and you can take the Samurai heads out of there, and you get a lot more katanas and a lot more like flags and all sorts of cool like armor. So it's a really cool way to kind of like Conflict 47 up your units. Or if you're playing Tau and 40k, it's another cool way to kind of make your guys look a little bit cooler. Yes, I can, HS. Give me a second here. I'll explain it to you. Sorry, give me 1 second. I got the book right here on my desk. I'm looking it up right now. So I want to make sure I get it right. Because it's real easy to mix up tough and resilient. A lot of people mix up those two rules. So I want to make sure I get it to you right. Alright, so first we'll start with tough. I want to make sure I get it to you verbatim. So tough, the unit with the tough special rule may have a number of ways for resisting damage. A unit with a tough special rule rolls a d6 every time an opponent rolls equal or over their damage value. The damage is ignored on a roll of 5+. Weapons with a damage penetration of +2 or greater negate the special rule. So that's usually your AT rifles and your autocannons. You'll see tough on a lot of horror units, so that's going to be your Totenkor and your Schreckwolfen. So Resilient is similar, but a little bit different. So Resilient is troops with a Resilient special rule have a damage value of 6+ when being fired upon. They use their normal morale level in hand-to-hand combat. So what that means is when it comes to taking morale tests for losing in hand-to-hand combat, you only test your normal morale, not when you have pins on you. And as far as 6+, that's what we call a Super 6, or I call an Exploding 6. So, like a soft skin vehicle is wounding on a 6, right? So for a Resilient, which is generally your heavy infantry, it has to be a Super 6, so a 6+, so a 6 and then a 6. Or, but with that being said, once you bring in the penetration, that changes all that kind of fun stuff, you know what I mean? Then you're able to kind of like really knock them out. So that's why I say AT rifles, autocannons, stuff like that. Heavy machine guns, they're great in bolt action. They're super useful in Conflict 47. Sorry, yeah, we took a little rules dive there. Yeah, so that's the way I'm reading it, but that's only in the first rulebook. Let me come back to you on that, and I'll check the other two rulebooks as well to see if they changed that. Me personally, Resilient seems kind of weird. I would just run it as tough. I've seen people do that a lot. People just take the tough rule, run the Resilient guys with tough. I don't know. It's kind of up to you. I mean, tough is a little bit different, I think, because it has to do with, like, horror, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, that's the way I'm seeing it, is 6+, so. But that also gives you the benefit of hitting it with a higher pinned weapon. So HMGs are really going to work great on heavy infantry. Yeah. So yeah, kind of like an exceptional shot, like you're kind of hitting on Super 6s, You have to roll 6 and then follow another 6. Alright, now let's move on to painting the metal. I have another pot of lead belcher coming in, but let me use this old one. Yeah, sorry, stream. I wasn't ignoring you guys. I was just reading myself because it's a rule I've mixed up before. That's why when HS knew, I knew exactly what he was talking about because I have messed up that rule myself. Cause I always get Resilient and Tough confused. But I'll check the other two books later on tonight, and I'll have a better answer for you tomorrow, HS, if that's all right. Because then you also have Tough Fighter and Tough as Boots, so the word tough is used quite a bit. Oh, yep, there's another hair. Oh, that dog. Yeah, so for the compression cannons, I don't do anything special. Like I said, with the Panther X for the shear fuel projectors, I recommend, somebody told me this awesome trick. I painted it white, and then I used this, Test Black Glow. Sorry, I painted it white, then I used this Tesseract glow on it. Apparently this is something that Necron players swear by. I ended up looking really good for the Sure Field projector. Compression cannon, I just paint them just very shiny silver, you know? I want them to look different than an AT gun. Because to me, when you're painting your models, it's not just how they look. Like if you're gonna be playing a lot of tabletop wargaming, if you're not just painting them for yourself and to look good, which if you are, no shame, I totally get it. You bought these models, you do you, boo. But if you are playing on tabletop, it's kind of nice to paint things where they're obvious from kind of far away. Like it could be easy to mix up a light howitzer, a light AT gun, and a light compression cannon. So anything you can do to kind of help that out helps a little bit. Alright, Commander, you do you, man. As long as you're enjoying yourself. But, yeah. I do swear by my light compression cannons. It allows this thing to hit pretty well. Like I said, it was able to put pins on that Panther X and that in that battle report and absolute piss that Panther X off and just keep making it miss its shots. Because you get 3 shots at I think it's like 36-inch range. And if you hit all 3 shots, then you get the compression wave special effect, which, depending what you're shooting, troops or armored vehicles, it does different stuff, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I would absolutely love an update to Commodore 47. Being able to run through these Scorpions is going to be an absolute nightmare. Because one of the many things you're paying for is they have the recon special rule. That's why when you read the lore or you listen to lore about it, the whole point when they came up with these is to replace, because everyone knows, or not everyone, I'm sorry, arrogant of me to say, when you look at the Imperial Japanese in bolt action or even throughout history, they have a metric shit ton of armored cars and tankettes. It can get very confusing on what it is because they all have type whatever, you know. Very confusing on what's what, right? So the whole point of the Type 6 light walkers is to replace all of those. It's like a one platform to kind of do it all. Kind of like, think of it like a Humvee kind of, you know. It's meant to like replace a lot of other vehicles and kind of like do it all. But yeah, one of the main differences between bolt action and Commodore 47, if you're not currently playing, what'll get you is how close combat works a lot different. So if the unit hasn't taken their order dice yet, and you go to like assault them, they can actually take an order test to try and stand and shoot at you. Even if they fail that, it doesn't count against them. And then later, when you actually get in close combat, you can choose between, you know, do you want to fight hand to hand? Not everybody has to fight hand to hand. You know, you can decide just to you know, use your, you know, I cast a gun in close range. So you can just choose point blank shooting. But if you choose point blank shooting, you'll get to shoot, which is awesome, especially if you're packing like a light machine gun or some submachine guns in that unit. but you don't get to engage in hand-to-hand fighting that round. You'll get to shoot first before hand-to-hand combat, but you don't get to do both. So CQB, it's much more complex than 2nd edition. It's a little bit more complex than 3rd edition, but it's very good in Combat 47 because you have some units that specialize in close quarters assault. You know, you have models with the Tooth and Claw special rule, which means they get 3 strikes. You know, Tough Fighter isn't re-rolling wounded or missed. Tough Fighter is not rolling a second attack if you hit your first attack. No. Tough Fighter, which means if you're carrying a sword or a submachine gun, a pistol, shotgun, whatever, you get 2 swings in close combat. You know, so Tooth and Claw means you get 3 swings. So yeah, when you get hit with like 6 Schreckwolfen, that's what, 18 swings in combat? Good sweet lord. It will mess you up. So that means a squad of 6 Schreckwolfen can easily take on a squad of 15, you know, Imperial Japanese Riflemen and kind of hold their own. Yeah, that is the ultimate heartbreak for Conflict 47 is I don't get my lunge mines. 3 books. Granted, the Imperial Japanese weren't in the first Conflict 47 book, but 3 books for bolt action and no lunge mines for the Imperial Japanese. But unlike version 3 of bolt action, you know, here's me bickering a little bit, even though I try and be as friendly and chill as I can. They knew not giving us lunge mines hurt our AT options. So what they did instead is they gave us the battle frame, the exosuits. They give us anti-tank teams. A lot of other factions have those too. They have heavy infantry anti-tank teams. You know, like the Americans have their heavy infantry with super bazookas. But what's sexy about the Imperial Japanese quote-unquote heavy infantry is they're fast. So the Americans don't have the slow special rule. The Germans, the British, and a few other actually have the slow special rule. The Imperial Japanese have the fast special rule, so it's not that they're not slow, they're actually fast. So a fast-moving, you know, resilient anti-tank team is extraordinarily dangerous. They can literally run up the board and put a Panzerfaust like right in your ass. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I think a GM would be great, but I'm such a small operation. You know, I'm mostly like a one-man show, and there's a couple people I'm trying to put together for an event, but I don't think we'll ever be big enough where we have that level. You know, with Conflict 47, it's got to be all very organic. You know, if we have enough people to have a GM, they're probably going to want to be playing too. You know, and as a forever DM from Dungeons & Dragons, I would never do that to anybody. You know. I don't want to be a forever DM anymore, and I wouldn't ask anyone else to be a GM. I get why they're useful for like a big narrative event. If I was doing like a alternate D-Day landing, of course. Or a huge tournament, especially with prize support, yes, of course. You know, you need a TO or a GM. But I think for friendly games, nah. I'd much rather have that person playing. So I appreciate you saying that, but I don't think so. I think there's people who do it better than me. Attention Span Labs, he has a lot of great Conflict 47 videos. I recently found another guy today. He's been putting videos out, I think for like a couple months. He just mostly does building videos, but he's built a lot of Conflict 47 models, so I'm going to start linking his videos too. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but... Yeah, this lead belcher is super. The paint is old and it's splotchy. I have a new paint coming in. You know, it'll take a little bit. Stop. Stop. Please stop. I can only take so much. I don't know what to do. I appreciate the compliment, I really do, but I'm just gonna like blush and hide in my turtle shell. Thank you. I don't know. It's not me. It's y'all. Y'all are the atmosphere. You know, it's like a Dungeons and Dragons group. It's not me. It's not the dungeon master. It's the table. It's the whole team. So you guys are super chill. Y'all bring a good environment. Nobody comes in here and starts grief. No one comes in here and starts politics. You know, no one yells at me for painting German models. You know, no one starts any kind of drama. So the result of this being a chill environment is as much on y'all as it is on me, which I appreciate. Well, I don't think there's simp shirts, but technically there are. There is Tiki Time shirts. It literally just says like, you know, oh, man, it's my own shirt. I can't even think what the hell it says. I think it says like crack jokes, roll dice, and relax. You're on Tiki Time or something like that, you know. So I think it's about as simple as it gets. I literally had to look over and read it off the back of my own hoodie. Yeah, so I'm about to put out a shirt and a hoodie for the finish, and I'm also going to put out a shirt for the French Resistance, which is funny because the French Resistance aren't really in Conflict 47. The French Army is. So those of you who want to play French, the best way to do it is just buy American models, because that's what they are. So the French Army, not the Vichy, but the actual Free French Army, they go back to the States, they train with all the high-tech equipment, and then they come back as like a very, like, armored spear fist, like high-tech heavy infantry specialized unit. So the French, I wouldn't call them special forces, because this is World War II, they weren't really there. But the French come back as a highly specialized, high-tech frontline assault unit. They use a lot of tanks and a lot of heavy infantry, kind of like knights. So it's almost like, you know, honestly, if you like the Space Marine vibe, you know, of like warrior monks and knights and stuff like that, that's kind of what the French become in Conflict 47, at least from what I'm reading. Is they kind of come back and they're highly trained by the U.S. and they use all U.S. heavy infantry and shit like that. So they come back as like a very heavy infantry strike team. So if you want to run a U.S. heavy infantry platoon, you can actually run them as Free French. I'm glad, Matthew. Like I said, I know you're, especially if I can make your job a little bit better, man, that's totally worth it. I can make the shift go by a little bit nicer. Resistance. But anyways, yeah, I'm making some shirts for the French Resistance as far as like my little conflict / bolt action shirts, you know, because it's kind of both. Yeah, so I definitely need to replace my lead buff. So you can tell between this one. Oh, let me bring it over here in the camera. So you can tell between this one, which is nice and clean. You can tell between this one, which is kind of like splotchy. I just have old lead belcher paint. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it even has like the red on it. Like this is old. Alright. Telling you, Sean, you gotta come join the Penal Legion, man, when you get a chance. I think I'm not stuck voluntarily. I think I'll be Penal Legion permanently. Yeah, I'm gonna be hanging out there for a long time. But Penal Legion's where it's at, man. It started off kind of as a joke, but it's got a lot of good people in it. It's kind of funny. So we're gonna paint the guns on the third Scorpion. Then we're gonna go back and work on all the metal joints, and then we'll do the camo. And then I think the last tidbit we do is the lights. I don't paint the actual like bulletproof windows. Only on these, it's so narrow. It's just not worth it. For those of you who are a little bit newer to Conflict 47, especially coming from a bolt action background, one of the things that makes walkers so damn attractive is they have armor all the way around. You'll hear me say that on my shorts, like 7-up all the way around. And what I mean by that is there's no hitting them in the ass or hitting them on top like a normal tank for a soft spot. Walkers have the same armor all the way around. That's what makes them kind of more specialized for like city fighting and urban fighting. So that's kind of the cool thing with walkers, is you can't get up behind them and hit them with like an AT team and try and get like their weaker armor. Nah, it's for these guys, it's 7-up all the way around. I love that quote, Sean. Sounds like orc mischief to me. Oh, I love those movies so much. Mrs. Tiki and I binge them every November. We watch all the Hobbits, all the Lord of the Rings, even the old animated ones for my childhood. Well, apparently my only crime, Matthew, was volunteering. That'll show me. I said I wanted to join the Penal Legion, and then later on, I logged off, and then apparently there's some kind of thing between Mad Larkin and Cosmic and somebody else. Next thing I know, I woke up, me, Cosmic, Mad Larkin, and Morty were all in the Penal Legion. I was like, oh, this is nice. So that was my crime, was volunteering. Or I guess giving Morty shit for his ho-ha. Feel free to clip this and show it to him. Heads up, here it comes. I hope he never paints that ho-ha. I truly do. I hope he never paints it so I can give him shit for it for years. It's one of my favorite things in the world. If you guys don't know, Morning Glories, he does Warhammer 40k and bolt action. He plays Imperial Japanese Army like I do sometimes. He plays a lot of different factions. He does it full time, But he has a ho-ha, which is an Imperial Japanese half-track. But he painted his in the exact same way he paints his 8th Army Desert Rats. So it literally looks like the Desert Rats found the one Desert Japanese patrol, beat the shit out of them, took their whip, drove off and painted it like all their other ones. So it's an 8th Army Desert Rat painted Imperial Japanese ho-ha. It's the funniest thing you've ever seen. And I relentlessly, and I mean relentlessly, give him shit for it all of the time. So feel free to clip it and send it to him. I hope he never paints it. I hope Morning Glory never paints his ho-ha. Oh, this paint is so garbage. Can't wait for my new pot to come in. Okay, so controversial opinion. Pineapple can be good on a pizza, but it has to be the right kind of pizza. And what I would recommend is you get a thin crust, barbecue if you want, or regular, for the sauce, but get pepperonis, jalapenos, and pineapple. If you're gonna put pineapple on a pizza, you need to have actual salami diavola, or big, thick, spicy salamis, and you need to have jalapenos. Without those to balance it out, fruit on pizza is a little weird. I know, spicy take, spicy take. But yeah, on a thin crust, jalapeno, pineapple, and pepperoni is actually pretty good. He's like, "Here's riot!" Matthew's gonna start a riot and end up in the penal legion all over fruit on pizza. I guess that's a good cause with any. So if we get these finished, next stream I'll probably, if we get these finished this stream, I think tomorrow we'll probably work on the Hago and the Kamis. We'll work on the Type 95 light tank, and we'll work on the other light tank, which is actually an Imperial Japanese. It's a swimming tank. So it actually won't be in the stereotypical Tiki style vineyard camo. That was gonna have its own paint style, which I'm pretty excited about. It's gonna involve a lot of freehanding, so we'll see how good it goes. Yes, they do. So both vehicle and infantry flamethrowers do have the rule where you have to roll to see if you run out of fuel. Which is, I'm not gonna lie, it's one of the rules that I really enjoy about Conflict 47. Conflict 47 and Bolt Action. They have these like really small rules that I just love. I think it's from playing so many years as Imperial Guard in Warhammer 40k. You know, and it felt like not a lot of rules were special to the Imperial Guard. Like the first time I played, even back in like 6th and 7th, I was like, why can't I use smoke grenades on my mortars? Like that would be cool. It's not a thing. I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. And I get the bolt action. It's 100% a thing. I was like, hell yes, this feels great. So that's how I always get people to kind of jump over to bolt action or Comic 47. If you're an Imperial Guard player and you like the Imperial Guard, particularly, I'm not saying the rules of 6th and 7th, but if you miss having like force organization charts, you know, in platoons, you know, company commanders, platoon commanders, and stuff like that, yeah, come over to bolt action. Where the rules, because it's WYSIWYG, the rules actually most rules make sense. There are some weird ones, it is what it is, but most of the rules are intuitive. And once you learn it, you're like, yeah, that makes sense. I get that. Yeah, it's funny. I like the light compression cannons, like on the Chiha and on the Scorpion, but I'm not a big fan of compression rifles on the infantry. So, for those of you who don't know what they do, and the latest rules and the update and everything, so a compression rifle, you can either take one normal shot at 24 inches, or like a regular rifle, or you can take 3 shots at 12 inches with a -1 pin. It's kind of like a shotgun, I guess would be the best way to think about it. You know, like a close range kind of shotgun. There was a game I played. What game was D10 based? Oh, Zona Alpha. I played a lot of Zona Alpha, and that's very D10 heavy. The cool thing about D10s, if you've ever seen them, guys, are the ones that are like kind of like diamond shaped, but 3D. The cool thing is they have their own built-in scatter mechanic. So like when you throw a grenade in Zona Alpha, you roll a D10, whichever way the D10 is facing, like that's the direction the grenade bounces. It's a cool little thing. Well, and so that's one of the mechanics that I like to do, particularly when people are setting objectives. Like, you guys know this, I don't like things to be quote-unquote fair. I know it sounds weird, but again, I'm not a tournament player. I like things to just be kind of like a fair kind of chaotic, if that makes sense. So, you know, when it comes time for like top secret or something like that, and you're supposed to place these objectives, or whatever it is, I'm happy taking turns putting them like somewhere on the center line, and then the other person rolls a D10. And depending on what number is on the D10 and what direction, that's where it scatters to, you know? Or, and actually, I think I have these. Oh, damn, no, I had them handy. I don't know where they went now. Crap. Oh, I do have them. Yay. Okay, I want to show you one of my other favorite things about Warlord Games. So, here's a small thing that Warlord Games does that Games Workshop does not. One of the many reasons why I love Warlord Games. So, let me turn down the lights real quick. Let me turn down the lights. Let's get real for a minute here. Okay. So, these are order dice. They're a little bit expensive. They are expensive. I'm going to straight up say it. They are expensive for what they are. You need them for the game. Well, yeah, you actually kind of do need order dice for the game. Technically, you could use D6s, but it can get a little confusing. It's good to have order dice for the game. And they come with most starter kits and stuff like that. Some kits you buy, like weapons teams, will generally come with order dice plus the models. And at the price of what order dice are, they're usually a good value. So the models are a little bit more affordable than Warhammer 40k, but the order dice are a little bit more expensive. But here's the cool thing about order dice. Alright, so here's one. These are my white and red ones. I also have tan ones. So for Conflict 47, the Imperial Japanese come with light tan dice, but I ordered some white and red ones for my my SNILF, my Special Noble Landing Force. Okay, so if you look at these, so here's ambush, here is run, here's fire, and then here's down. So if you notice on each one of these, there's a little arrow, right? I didn't notice this the first time I played it. Somebody else had to point this out to me, and I loved it. So here's the arrow on run, here's the arrow on advance. So see how run is pointing up, and when you roll to advance, see how it's pointing a completely different way and it says advance. So you move, when you put it next to your model, like let's say we have one guy left, right? Let me put it in camera. Alright, so let's say he's going to take the down order, right? So we'll put it down where it's easily visible. But the cool thing is, it's a scatter mechanic too. So, shit, I don't have a D6 handy. Alright, whatever. So I don't have a D6. Yeah, the facing pip. So the cool thing about that is it's its own scatter die. Instead of like Warlord games that used to make you buy scatter dice, you know, you have to buy like a dice set and it came with one scatter die in one direction, and it was a whole huge pain in the ass, right? So these actually are their own built-in scatter dice. So anytime you need a scatter mechanic, like if you're like me, sorry, let me turn that light down. There we go. So if you're like me and you like to use smoke, you know, and you need a random scatter dice for different stuff, you just use your order dice. So you roll it. I'm gonna live by the tray, die by the tray, except when it comes to this, and you roll it. So, I'll roll closer here. Alright, so as I roll next to him, it's gonna scatter this way. Alright, so if you can die back up, you roll it again, and boom, see where it lands, see where the facing pip is now facing this way. So the order dice are literally their own built-in scatter die. It's such a small detail. Like I said, I didn't notice it at first. But holy shit, does it add value. It's just one of the small things that I absolutely love. You don't have to buy a whole separate scatter die pack, and you already have to buy order dice, so they're trying to make their order dice as useful as possible. Yeah. Shiny click-clack math rocks. No, I totally get it. It's so dumb. I know. It seems like such a small, minute detail. It's the small things that get me. I've been playing tabletop games too long. It's the small details that win me over. So having mechanics for launching smoke out of mortars, you know, like having rules for that kind of stuff, having built-in scattered ice into your order diet that you already have is just so damn cool. It's funny you say that, HS. I used to play I'm a big Age of Sail guy, so I used to play a naval game. It was Pirate CSG, like constructible strategy game. But one of the mechanics I introduced was wind. So, you know, wind, it was either north, east, south, west, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, it stayed the same. 6, there was no wind, you know, so. And I recently just picked back up, I think I showed pictures on someone else's stream, on morning stream. But I picked up some old Death from the Skies books. They were stupid cheap. Like, I think I picked one of them up for like $12. And it was still brand new, like it was still in its shrink wrap. So, Death from the Sky books from 7th edition. Because it had a really good fighter mechanic system. As far as like, it's like a paper, rock, scissors. Like, do you choose to climb to the sky or dive or this and that? What the attacker choose? You know, you make your choice independently and you kind of see, you know, who racks and stacks and who wins. So I got that so that way I could introduce, you know, a dogfighting phase. That way if you have 2 air observers and you call in a plane, I would make you do a dogfighting phase. And basically it just boils down to picking paper, rock, scissors, you know. Yep, same thing. Matthew, I use Crown Royal bag. I think mine is Crown Apple, so it's green. I think a lot of people do use Crown Royal bag. I don't know. So it's funny. It's one thing I think I see more in the States. Obviously, Crown Royal is a Canadian whiskey. But something I see more on this side of the pond than in the UK. I mostly see them use like legit dice bag, or like I think I've seen them use like a coffee mug. But here in the States, I just see shit tons of Crown Royal bags. It's like it's go-to. Yeah, I'm sorry. So Crown Royal, yeah, it's a Canadian whiskey. And depending on which one you get, they come in different colors. Like, they're these little velvety bags. They're surprisingly durable for what you get. Like, people use these things for everything. Like, a great example, if you go to the range, it's great for holding shot shells. You know, you tie it to your belt, you can toss some shells in there, especially empty shells. Or empty holes, I guess would technically be the appropriate term. Yeah, people use Crown Royal bags for everything, man. They're great. Because a bottle of Crown Royal runs you the same as any other mid-range bottle of alcohol, you know? Nothing too crazy, and you get a free bag out of it. So the different flavors have different colors. So the traditional Crown Royal is a purple bag. Crown Royal Apple is a green bag. I think there's like a tan one for vanilla. There's a whole bunch of different color bags. I mean, you don't have to drink. You can just go on eBay and just order a Crown Royal bag if you really want. Alright, that's the guns painted. Let me, Hey, what's going on, Trooper Banzai, buddy? For those of you guys who don't know, Trooper actually lives near me. Trooper, myself, and Irish. We're all going to meet up on the 30th of December. We're actually going to have a bolt action game. Trooper, I'm not going to lie, I'm going to bring some Conflict 47 models, so hopefully I can convince one of you guys to play some Conflict 47 too. So I'm pretty excited about that. Oh, Seagram 7. I haven't heard of 7 and 7 in years. Oh, man. HS, that takes me back to 7 and 7s. For those who don't know, 7 and 7 is Seagram 7s and 7 Up. It is definitely a drink that exists. Yeah, see? Nothing wrong with it. It's actually a good drink if you're gambling, like you're in a casino. It's actually not a bad drink to have. A little bit refreshing. Right now we're just going and painting all the mechanical parts, all the exposed gears and things like that, and we'll just hit that with a nice little Nolan oil, you know, kind of get that kind of greased down, give it that greased walking look, you know, like any good hydraulic should be. Not want to cooperate with me today. All right, let me check on the poll. See what we're doing on the poll. Ooh, man, that's a lot of votes. All right, so far in the poll, it looks like the Soviet Sonic tank is winning. It is closely tied with the Chiha with a compression gun. Interesting. Hey, what's going on, Trooper? I'm just painting some Scorpion Light Walkers, working on my valves. What are you up to this this early/late, Trooper? Yeah, I think this lead belcher is just a little too old, so I think I may be done painting this part of it, and I think I may actually start working on the camo, I think. Actually, let me check on my other models real quick. Matthew, I'm the same way. I don't like to drink coffee or tea when I paint because I feel like it makes me too jittery. But I will drink like a beer or something like that. All right. Fresh from the paint box. Alright boys, I'm back. So my new pot of lead belchers coming in. I'm not trying to be like a little drama queen, but just not liking the way this paint's kind of coming out. It's very old, very sticky. Now I want some clean, especially when it comes to stuff like that. So I'm going to hold off on these guys for a while, and then we'll let our Kempeitai dry, and we'll start painting our Kempeitai. These are my Kempeitai officers. They're not vowed because they're only 15 points each. So it's 30 points. Not really worth the vowing. Oh, Jesus. This chat rapidly disintegrates, and I love it. Oh, it cracks me up. You guys are wild. My kind of people. So it's gonna sound terrible, but I'm telling you, it became my drink of the summer, and it was cheap and delicious. It wasn't just any Malibu; it was Malibu Black, so it's like a little bit of a stronger coconut rum. Malibu Black and sugar-free Red Bull. It does not taste good. It smells and tastes like sunblock, kind of like suntan oil. But you got used to it, and it was sufficiently strong. It was good. I appreciate that, Nathan. Yeah, I'm just, yeah, the viewer count goes up when I bust out the Sailor Moon girls, I guess. That's alright, I get it. No shame. Yeah, that's the other thing, too. If you watch my videos, you know, especially being, you know, prior Air Force, I do not shy away from, like, tasteful pinup girls. I think it's part of the zeitgeist of, like, the 30s and 40s, and I definitely lean into it, you know? So if that bothers some people, I apologize. Well, no, I don't apologize. I don't mean it in a negative way, but they're gonna stay there, kind of thing, just because it's part of that culture. So I understand if people don't like it. I totally understand, but I'm gonna keep it up there. We're here just mixing my paint. You can probably hear me shaking it. Holy shit, I'm so sorry, guys. I just realized my mic was muted. I don't know how long that was muted. I feel so bad. Oh, man. I was like, I was like, maybe I'm just not funny. I was cracking a whole bunch of jokes, but I was like, oh, shit. I just realized my mic was muted. You had to be careful when I'm painting that model, because, like, the skirt's up at the back, so I'm like 1/4 turn on the wrist away from getting demonetized. Yeah, so the same thing. I like taking, like, really bad units, like, historically, and kind of putting more of a, I guess, more humorous take on them for Conflict 47, kind of lighten the blow a little bit, you know? So yeah, when it comes to Kempeitai, you know, I'm not having a bunch of guys patrolling with Kinto sticks and Type 94 pistols. You know, instead I have some Sailor Moon style schoolgirls, and which is funny because someone tries to give me shit, I can actually. Yeah, exactly. It's like, no, we heard you, you're just not funny. No, the cool thing is there's actually enough historical photos where I can actually run these schoolgirls with submachine guns. Because there's a hell of a lot of photos of the Imperial Japanese training all their civilians back on the home island, getting ready for an invasion. So there's actually pictures. Instead of a submachine gun, they have like a Type 11 light machine gun. So I run them as Kempeitai because they're kind of like undercover secret police, you know? Yeah, I know, Francois. It's on my. I appreciate it, buddy. You send me those models sometime. They look badass. I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably gonna use them for this, and I'm probably also gonna use them for some like cyberpunk games. I like cyberpunk red. But yeah, I gotta set the PO box. It's definitely on my list of things to do, man. When I do, you and Weird War will be the first two people I tell. Coffee and pipe, nice. I'm actually about to swap over from Earl Grey tea, Sean, to a beer, actually, so that way I can sleep when I get off. Yeah, sorry, I'm doing a little bit of painting off stream just for, just so I don't get demonetized. Once I finish, I'll show you what it looks like. Alright. That's what we have so far. Not bad, a little bit of skin tone. Ooh, I've been a lot of those places. I was Afghanistan in 15, all over Kuwait, Jordan, Qatar, and Saudi in 16. And then I was all over Europe and NATO, shit from like 10 to 14. Never got to go to Asia. It's like my biggest regret. I know I play Imperial Japanese, and I've never been to Asia / Japan. It's ironically hilarious. So I'm trying to make who it is. Someone always gives me shit for not giving my Imperial Japanese officers white gloves. I think I'm gonna keep the Kempeitai. I think I'm gonna keep them with white gloves. So I think I'm just gonna paint the skin tone from the sleeve up to the forearm and leave the rest as just like a white glove. I think the uniforms are gonna do blue with red bows. Should be easy. God, if I'm the young pup, that's insane, because I'm old as shit. If I am the young pup, I weep. I was in long enough to have 3 different patterns of uniforms. I came in with BDUs. I was there when we jumped to ABUs for the Air Force, and then I was there when we jumped to OCPs. That's how I know I'm old. Like, I was trying to play... What game was that? Shit. It's not Warno. I'm trying to think, because I love real-time tactics games and real-time strategy. It's not Warno. It's the better version of Warno. Oh, Broken Arrow. I was playing the Broken Arrow demo, and you can, like, equip your troops and stuff like that. And I just noticed, like, the main rifles and the grenade launchers are all new, and I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm old. You know, I was like, no one uses 203, underslung 203s anymore. No one's packing M9s. I was like, oh God, I'm so old. Yep. It's not stupid at all, man. I said it's on my bucket list. I want to go to South Africa. I had a lot of friends. I started young in the maritime industry, you know, sailing and working on boats. There's actually a lot of South Africans in the industry, or there were, anyways. So I got used to the accent and stuff like that. And I always wanted to go to South Africa. I always wanted to go to Cape Town. They stink. Yeah, I would totally eat ostrich or emu. That wouldn't bother me at all. I like gamey meat. Like I said, I eat iguana. You know, when I go out hunting iguanas, if I can get them without too much of like stress to the meat, like if I can get a good clean arrow shot and chop their head off quick, I'll definitely drain them and I'll cook them. If you've never had iguana, cook it. I'm talking, it's like chicken. When in doubt, overcook it. and I like making iguana tacos, so I use like a lot of tomatillo sauce. Or Matthew, you'll like this, you know, because I know where you're at. I'm a big green pepper guy, you know, so I take a lot of iguana. I shred the meat, kind of like shredded chicken, mix it with like tomatillo or green peppers and lime, and make iguana tacos. They're delicious. Yep, I'm just looking over the chat. Don't mind me. I think it's official, though. I think we literally have the coolest chat on YouTube, hands down. You guys are awesome. I like all our experiences. We've all been all over the world and crazy things. Yeah, I'm a green pepper guy. When in doubt, green peppers all the way, Matthew. So that's one thing I like when you're painting a model. Like if you hit the flesh tones, if you're not sure what to paint it, you know, if you hit the flesh tones first, it kind of starts making the model pop a little bit. I'm not doxing myself like Mordian. Yeah, please don't. You guys know me. I'm clearly hiding behind a Tiki mask. You know, with like false names everywhere and all sorts of stuff. VPN scramblers. Yeah, don't dox yourself. It ain't worth it. Nothing is worse. Nothing is worth your peace of mind. No internet cloud is worth it. It's one of the if you guys are curious, one of the other many reasons why I don't monetize any of this. Even like the merch store, it's all set up to a a separate account that doesn't touch any of my other accounts. Everything is compartmentalized, and that's the reason why I don't monetize, because I don't want my identity tied to anything. You know, it's all just fake and up in smoke and just for fun. And I think nothing against people who do it full time. You know, I think that's great. A lot of them put out great content. To me, being this under the radar is what we'll call it. You know, I think it allows us to keep this light and airy and chill. Yeah, if he deleted that stream, I hope he did. I was actually about to shoot him a message telling him I'd recommend him deleting it, but it looked like he really needed that stream last night, though. It looked like he really relaxed and chilled out a little bit. I think he went pretty hard in November. I blame competitive 40K. Who knows, maybe one day he'll wake up early enough or we'll be able to get him in this stream. Kidnap him, bring him over here to relax. How's our progress so far? I keep showing you guys progress. I just don't want to like keep spinning it on camera. Yeah, no, same thing, Sean. Yeah, when they start getting the weeds of 40k stuff, I just dip in and out of the stream. I just kind of keep an eye on to make sure, because sometimes I'll get app mentioned, so I'll hop in and talk some shit, then I'll run away. I'm mostly just there for the bolt action stuff. No, he just did his computer was crapping out, so he was using his phone, and so he just like took people on a tour of his battle room, you know, where he does this stuff like that. I think he did a macros run, so. So for regular flesh, for like slightly tan or normal, okay, oof. Speaking of getting canceled, there you go right there, right? Normal flesh tone, Jesus, that'll get you tossed off here. So for like a slightly tan, or what I use for my Imperial Japanese, I use Bugman's Glow. Mostly because I'm doing the Tiki tears, so they're exposed to tropical sun, so my guys are kind of tan. But if you're doing darker skin tone, I think it's the safest way to say that, like for my my cultist Infotep, I use the Girly Man flesh, and just like snakebite leather, you can do multiple layers, and you can really control the shade of pigmentation that you want. So those are the two skin tones I use. Hey, Jess is like, no. He's like, I'm gonna keep patiently watching. Alright, there you go. I think that's all the skin done on that one. Or all the visible skin. See, I think that's a good morale officer, right? You know? Either gonna boost your morale, or you're gonna get Bonnie and Clyde in the back of the head with a submachine gun, so, you know. Little column A, little column B. Yeah, I really wanted to finish the walkers this stream, but like I said, hopefully my paint is coming in today, allegedly. We'll see. And so I'll wait till I get new lead belcher. I'm usually not very picky when it comes to paint. I promise I'm not bougie, but that lead belcher's so old. It's just so hard to work with. I really use, here, I'll even show you too, so you're not like, you bougie bastard. I use my, like, paints to the last. Oh. Yeah. I use my paints to the last bit, so. Promise I'm not bougie. No, I'm not going full weeaboo. I'm just going, because, okay, so the idea is, not only that my wife really likes Sailor Moon, because she's of the age where she grew up with that cartoon, you know, But also, I like the idea from, again, stolen shamelessly from Red Alert 3. You know, if you know Yoko, you know, she's the she's the special unit for the Rising Sun, the Empire Rising Sun, where the allies have Tanya and the other ones have Natasha. They have their psychic, you know, schoolgirl. So on the Conflict 47 side, I was thinking, you know, Kempeitai would be cooler than Kempeitai than like psychic, you know, psychic Kempeitai. What a great military police / morale officer. They can really read your mind. That's absolutely fucking terrifying. So I'm like, what would that make sense for the Imperial Japanese? Oh, yeah. You know, even like Kill Bill, you know, like the classic, like schoolgirl style, so. Well, technically, HS, technically it's a tiki mug. You can more than happily drink rum out of it. So it's not bougie at all. It can be used for coffee, tea, a paint pot, or rum. So, joke's on you, it's not bougie at all. I love you giving me shit, HS. It keeps me grounded. As you can tell, I do better with like negative reinforcement and jokes than I do with praise. So, keep it up. You crack me up. Hey, next vid, what's going on, man? It's funny you said that. I actually forgot to pay my taxes, so you know I ran out of the lead belcher paint. I have to wait for another stupid Imperial ship to come by the ambush point, jump it, and take my load of Imperial supplies. So until then, my Scorpion Walkers are on hold, and I'm working on my Kempeitai officers. So I'm using 28mm Sailor Moon with MP44s as my Kempeitai. Oh, HS, I thought you were giving me shit for mine. Oh, HS, I thought you were totally giving me shit for my my Tiki paint cup that I have in the merch store. That's why I started laughing. I was like, dude, I love that you give me shit. Like earlier when we were painting the trucks, you're like, hey, look, the second day we still haven't done anything. You were actually making me laugh pretty hard. Depends what you mean by legit. So, next vid. Right now, Conflict 47's in a weird spot. So it was made by Clockwork Goblins, supported by Warlord Games, and as an expansion to Bolt Action. Warlord Games bought all of Conflict 47 from Clockwork Goblin, but right now it's in a weird limbo. They're making new rules for it, so right now it's in free fall. There's some models out there, they're expensive because they're not really making new ones except for the plastic ones. So it's World War II, and it's also kind of Weird War, so they're not that picky about what models you use. So, and also there's actually historical photos of Imperial Japanese training civilians how to use weapons, you know, for the home island defense. So it actually kind of works out. It's funny you say that. I recently sold my my project car. I worked from home, so I didn't need it. It was a 2006. It's important. It was a 2006 Mini Cooper Turbo ragtop. So what's cool about the 2006 is, no, it's not British. That's the year. It's basically just a BMW, right? But the cool thing is that was the last year that it had a supercharger, not a turbo. It was still a supercharger. That engine, I bought the whole thing for like $2,000. It was a decent working order. It took a little bit of love, but that engine was basically bulletproof. A supercharger like that, oh my god, that car was stupid fast. I love that little Mini Cooper. HS, when you say that, I imagine that meme from what is it, Family Guy, where Meg walks in, she's like, why do you guys always act like you're better than me? And like Peter in the top hat, that's like Conflict 47, you know? You may get a kick out of this, Commander. I think I've talked about it in one stream, but one of my favorite cars I ever drove, hands down. And as far as like a performance car, I think it was probably the best. But I'm very biased. I like off-road vehicles. I was working with the Carabinieri, the Italian National Police, and we were at the time we were driving a souped-up, chipped 2012 WRX hatchback. That is by far the coolest police car I have ever driven. I've driven a lot of different types of law enforcement vehicles. That was by far my favorite, I swear. I felt like there was nothing I couldn't do in that car. We were patrolling the Italian countryside. We could just literally fly down dirt rural roads. I'm talking just like foot on the floor, lights flashing, and never felt out of control. Beats the hell out of like an Impala or a Charger or a Challenger. My favorite car, unfortunately, right as like 2 weeks after I put the last payment on and it was paid off, some lady wrecked her brand new car into it. She did an illegal turn onto an on-ramp and T-boned my vehicle. Luckily I was okay, and luckily my car knocked hers out, which was awesome. But I had a Jeep Wrangler. Before you say anything, it was a legit stock Jeep Wrangler. I'm talking soft top, 2-door, back when you could still get them without mechanical stuff. I'm talking it. This is like a 2014 or 2000. Yeah, I think it's like a 2014. So it had a CD player, stick shift, no screen in it, none of that high-tech shit you have now. This is an absolute bare-bones stock 2-door Jeep. That thing was great. I used it so much for work because at the time I was an instructor and I was I did a lot of OP4 and red team stuff. So that would always be like our OP4 vehicle. It's like a soft top little Jeep rolling around. Yeah, I'm no expert, Commander, but yeah, that's one, especially like in like rural patrols outside of cities. That would be my go-to recommendation of law enforcement vehicles is WRXs, man. Now, if we're talking about, you know, vehicles we love, I actually saw a t-shirt the other day. I wanted to get it. I will always love my Hilux. Toyota Hilux. Oh my God. How ironic is it that the best pickup truck is not available in the United States? The irony, gentlemen. Yeah, honestly, so this is funny. I wanted to ride my my 2-door Wrangler stock to figure out what I really, instead of like throwing all the accoutrements on it like everybody does, I wanted to ride it stock to figure out what I really needed. And I rode it the whole time until it got wrecked stock. I mean, the tires, I mean, I kept up with them so much, so I'm really not religious, but I'm really big into like, I work for I'm really big into preventive maintenance for vehicles, so maybe a bit excessive, but I recommend, especially if you have a Jeep, I recommend rotating your tire, balancing rotating your tires every other oil change, because you have 5 full-size tires, so you can actually get as long as you're not running over dales, you get a lot of lifetime out of your tires. But I ran my Jeep stock, and I'm talking, I took it off-roading, not like crazy shit, but I'm talking like tropical jungles and stuff like that. And as long as you knew how to drive and you're comfortable driving a stick, a stock Jeep is fine right out of the factory. There's not a lot of additions you really need. The only thing I was thinking about adding was a snorkel and a muffler extension, but I never really got around to it. So speaking of which, you know, not ragging on America, but that's another funny thing about vehicles is it's interesting how hard it is to find a stick shift in the States. Like, to get a stick shift, a new vehicle in stick shift is insanely difficult, unless you're getting a Subaru. I like it, HS. Yeah, they are strict about those drip bans, I'll tell you that. Working out a Kempeitai. It is. So one of the things I always recommend about a stick shift is, to be fair, with very few exceptions, it's really hard to speed, especially on like city roads. I'm not talking about like highway or like whatever you call them in your country, like long interstates, not interstates, but like long stretches of highway. But inside the city streets, it's really hard to speed in a stick shift. You can't accidentally be like going 70 into 30 and not realize it. Like, you know what gear you're in, you know? Like, it's a lot harder to accidentally speed with a stick shift. Yeah, I always felt doing off-road driving is a lot easier with a stick shift than an automatic. You get a lot more manipulation, and it's easier to work on and repair, and cheaper. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, you're not wrong. I have those numbers. I can tell you the statistics of teenagers dying from automobile accidents is absolutely insane. It would blow your mind. Sean. No, I think so. To sit my ass on the fence and get splinters in my ass. I think there are times when automatic transmission is more advantageous. Advantageous. Yeah, very advantageous. I think for the common motorist or for an off-road vehicle, I would recommend a stick shift. I think for like transit vehicles or for like fleet, there's a good term. For fleet vehicles, I would recommend automatic. You know, or for transit videos like buses and stuff like that, or for fleet vehicles, I think automatic's a good idea. like rental cars, automatics. Hey, Paint Game, how's it going, buddy? Sean. Just the way you said that cracked me up. Yeah, we were working on our Scorpion Light Walkers, but then I ran out of lead belt to paint, so I jumped over to working on my Kempeitais. Well, you could put an 80mm cannon, or these three have light compression cannons, which are super cool. It's so funny. The best way to think about it is like a Mario Party minigame, Matthew. You just gotta get you just gotta basically let go of the clutch and engage the shift at like the right little RPM. It's all about feel. One of us. Hey, it's Mad Larkin, the MVP of the Penal Legion himself. What's going on, buddy? I'm painting up some Tau girls for you, Larkin. Well, they're not Tau, but they probably could be. Oh, nice. Hey, good luck, Mad Larkin. It's 40K? 40K or Old World? Nice. So these 28mm Sailor Moon models are from Etsy. To answer your question, Painting Games, a lot of my kind of off stuff I get from Etsy, and I actually just found a good Etsy store. I've been talking with them. There's no weird like business. There's no kickbacks or anything. It's just I've been buying a lot of shit from him because Warlord Games, which I enjoy, they don't sell a lot of the kind of more odd Imperial Japanese vehicles and units. So you have to go on Etsy and find what you're looking for. And so this guy has a lot of the cooler stuff. Like I said, those AA trucks. I got the AA guns and the trucks from him. Actually, I think of the AA guns from him, trucks from somebody else. But I actually have a Kami tank coming in that actually has the pontoon floats on it and stuff like that. He's got some cool stuff. So I'm going to start showing off his channel a little bit, or his store, for some Imperial Japanese stuff. So, okay, so I like the lore of Warhammer 40K. Before I lambast myself here, I cut my teeth on Battlefield Gothic, like a lot of you guys know. I played in a little bit of 6th. I played all through 7th and a little bit of 8th. What is the thing between Tau and Guard? It's like literally two sides of the same coin. Like, I feel like Guard players would make amazing Tau players. And a Tau player coming over the Guard would just make them a better Tau player. I've never understood this rivalry between Tau and Guard. I don't get it. Like you don't see rivalry between the Gene Stealer cult and the guard, you know? I don't get the rivalry between the Tau and the guard. I don't know. Maybe I'm just biased because I'm reading. I've been reading more. I guess I don't know. I guess I'm getting a little bit biased. I've been reading more and more Kroot lore. Kroot lore. For those of you who don't like the Tau, the Kroot are probably, I don't know. I think they're probably one of the more interesting species in 40k. They're very, 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 very interesting. That's super cool lore. It all started in 3rd edition. Yeah, you know what, Mad Larkin? I think you're right on the money, brother. I think you nailed it. That makes sense. That's exactly what it was. It's like, I was there, I remember. I was there when the courage of men failed. something out of Lord of the Rings. Cast it into the fire. No. All the guard players like, what's this? Cast it into the fire. Like, no, why shouldn't I keep it? Why shouldn't I have, you know, mecha suits and marker drones? Alright, take it easy painting games. Enjoy your chow, brother. See what you did, Mark. See what you did, Matt Larkin. We were perfectly fine. You know, Sean was a little upset that we're talking about manual transmission for some reason, but that's alright. And then you come in and suddenly it's a prison riot. People are drawing lines between the Tau and the guard. You know what? I don't even think Matt Larkin said he was even taking Tau. I don't think he ever confirmed that he's even taking Tau tomorrow. I mean, I think he is, but still. He never even confirmed it. You guys just jumped all over the poor guy. I got your back, Matt Larkin. So, okay, yeah, Sean, that I understand. So yeah, when I talk about the factions, I talk about the factions themselves. Man, you can't control players. So I will give you that, yeah. It's like Death Guard. I have no problem with Death Guard, but you know, how many like actual stinky troop like Death Guard people did you know who like laughed and joked around about it and you're just like, ugh. You know, like please shower. So yeah, you can't control the player base. So just the factions themselves. That's a good point, Sean. I will grant you that one, buddy. So I don't know, from what I've read in the lore, like I'm kind of interested to see like what happens when the Tau really start figuring out like how bad Chaos and Psychers are. Like, I wonder how far they're gonna go into the galaxy and be like, what the fuck is going on with this shit? Like, you know what? Nope, we're out. Forget you guys. Never mind. They're just gonna leave us to our warp and psychic fuckery. Like, we want no part of this. Yeah, they think it's lies now as they start getting corrupted. All it takes is for someone up real high up in one of their casts to get, you know, corrupted by psychers, stuff like that. It's going to change everything. I think, I don't know. I don't know that with full disclosure. I don't know that much about tile lore. I'm just kind of spitballing here. So pay me no heed. Give me take it with a top shelf margarita level of salt. Yeah, that's something I did know, Larkin, because that's what surprised me was how high-tech the crew were. I thought the crew were like basically something out of Torok. Oh, there's a name I haven't heard in forever. Torok. But that's what they kind of remind me of. But then it turns out they have their own void ships. I'm like, holy shit, these guys are actually badass. All right, almost done with the skin on this one. Now we just got the we got the arms, we got the legs. Now we just need the face and the chest. Yep. So that's my question, Matt Larkin. What about the and I don't know how common it is, but what about the Tau that use human volunteers as like well, I guess it wouldn't be fire warriors or fire cast, but I guess it's like bullet sponges or meat shields. Wouldn't that make them kind of dangerous towards psychers now? Yeah, and Sean's right. Good luck. Ultimately, good luck tomorrow, buddy. I hope you do well. More importantly, I hope you have fun. What are they called? Moncree, I want to say, the human Tau sympathizers. Oh yeah. No, Commander, I totally understand Intel Service rivalry. I don't really know if that's what it is. Like, I'd say that's more like certain Space Marine factions not liking other Space Marine factions. Ooh, HS. Why would you say something so bold? It's funny. It's funny you mentioned that because I worked with the 173rd HS, so that's why I want to say you're wrong, but you know I did a lot of the stuff I did was helping out the 173rd. So I'm like, damn, you're not wrong. Oh, let's not bring up beret colors, Sean. Oh man. From one cult to the other. So, Mad Larkin, I know you're probably trying to get some sleep before your tournament, brother. But lore-wise, is there like a I guess like a mercantile or merchant or trader cast for the Tau? Hey, Russell, what's going on, buddy? Oh, you're just in time for some different riots. Everyone's rioting about something. First, it's rioting against standard stick shift. Then it's rioting against the Tau. Now we have an inter-service rivalry between Airborne and everybody else. You're just in time for multiple prison riots. Okay, see, I thought the water casts were like the leaders, but I didn't know they were also the traders. Okay, that's really cool. Yeah, we're doing fine. Then like Larkin came in and just stirred the pot for everybody. Hope you have a great day at work, Russell. Truly. Ooh, man. All this inter-service heat flying around. This is hilarious. I love it. This is what we're working on, by the way. We're working on our Kempeitais. That is, by the way, that was spicy, Sean. That actually, I had to mute my mic. That got me to laugh out loud. That was pretty good. Yeah, you're not wrong. I was attached to the army one too many times. One of my favorite jokes of all times is, what do you say to a Cav Scout in full dress uniform? Will the defendant please rise? Oh. Oh, nice. The Submariner coming in with his shots. Yeah, get it in there. No shame, man. Subsurface is awesome. Pretty jealous. Oh shit, here it comes! Oh god, now the red castles are getting in on it. Oh, the sappers are throwing charges. Shit's getting wild. Oh god, shit's getting wild. It's a riot! Straight riot! Inter-service former military riot. Oh, it's phenomenal. not gonna lie, I'm gonna back Mad Larkin on this one. I'm partial. I had some some sappers come and save my ass in Afghanistan once. It sounds like it's a cool story. It's not. It's like the dumbest thing ever. Like an old Russian landmine. Stupidity. Not on my part. I just got stuck in a bad situation. I'm like, oh, it's like let's wait for the sappers. The sappers came and saved my ass. So I'm pretty partial to combat engineers. I would have been pissed if I survived my whole deployment and it was like some old fucking 70s era Soviet landmine that took me out. I would have been really mad. I'm loving all these jokes. I'm glad I got mine in. It's like no one here is a Cav Scout, and I took a shot at a Cav Scout just because all the grief they gave me. See, Sean, you say it was a dumb career field, but if you're smart in that career field, you can go really far. I was in the same career field, and that's why I got plucked. I got plucked early for S2, and that ruined me for the rest of my time. I was always special. Anal cyst. Oh. It's too early for Cat Scouts. Yeah, that has been written and said in every patrol vehicle, blotter, and guard mount ever. That's why you rarely ever see like an E5 Cat Scout outside of the field. They're great in the field. You get them back to garrison duty, and you're having to pull them out of the E club, you know, with both hands. Yep, gotta follow the TO step by step, huh, Matthew? Step by step. Trying to get advantage of the field. Honestly, I can tell you this. So everyone's experience is different. I did all together like 9 years in Air Force and Air National Guard, and a bunch of other stuff. I would not be upset if the Air Force was rolled back into the Army. It would not even bug me. Yeah, go back to the Army Air Corps. All right, Russell, take it easy, man. I appreciate you coming in from the depths below, dropping your charges and diving back down again. Hope you have a good day at work, buddy. You're always welcome here, man. I gotta make sure I don't flash the camera. So yeah, I'm thinking black boots, blue uniform, red bows, and black hair. I'm gonna keep the gloves white for the whole like Kempeitai look, you know. Yes. So HS, I have. Shit, they're all the way down there. Wargame Atlantic. Look at the They're actually, yeah, they're called the cannon fodder. I was gonna use them for either Penal Legion or like Space Pirates for my Red Corsair warband. They look all right. But what I would say, honestly, HS, is I'd also look at Stargrave. Look at the crew, not just the mercenaries, but also look at the crew. Because I feel like those would make really cool, like, you could either say, like, prison guards, or, like, I don't know what you'd call, like, a penal sergeant, like a leader in a penal unit, but is still actually a prisoner. I guess a shot caller? Yeah, that would be the best term. I think it's Jupiter. I think it's supposed to be Jupiter. My wife would know, she'll kill me that I'm getting it wrong. I want to say it's Sailor Jupiter because of the boots, but I'm gonna paint him, you know, in something that kind of looks like it could be seen in World War II, you know. Yeah, if you're going heavy sci-fi, then I highly recommend Kappa would be another good one. Yeah, if you're going sci-fi like 40k, I'd highly recommend looking at Stargrave. Especially the crew box. I actually saw someone get the Frostgrave Cultist box and get the Stargrave Mercenaries and Crew boxes, and they made some badass Chaos Cultists. I'm talking, they look almost like the old school Dark Vengeance ones. They look so good. And there's all sorts of weapons and shotguns and all sorts of cool stuff. Like the hood and stuff like that, and the weapons. Oh, it was awesome. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. If you're talking about for Conflict 47, I keep bringing them out and putting them back up. Let me turn on the lights. These guys are absolutely terrifying. These Soviet Siberian terror squads. So these are basically like prisoners they've raised in the gulag. Like, I'm talking, think like Warzone from like Call of Duty, where you have to fight in the gulag. So they basically made these guys like pit fighters to fight in the gulag. They took the best of the best, and they started mutating and experimenting on them. They started replacing their blood with like antifreeze. So they are all like out of their mind on drugs and painkillers. They can't feel anything. They literally can't freeze in the snow because their blood is antifreeze. And they just turn them absolutely fucking loose it's like a penal legion on steroids. It's insane. They're absolutely terrifying. It's almost like something out of like a Metal Gear game. I'm surprised Kojima didn't come up with it. Yeah, so the German Totenkorps, it only works on their own dead soldiers. That's something in the lore that's actually very strict for the Germans. The Japanese, the Imperial Japanese, figure out how to turn any dead soldier into a zombie. So when you're going back and looking or watching the lore videos, hey, what few ones I have, right? So when you're watching the lore videos, you're like, hey, how's Imperial Japan still fighting off, Australia, New Zealand, the Anzacs, and the US, and Burma, and China, and the Soviets. They're working, the reason why they're holding the Pacific is a mixture of stealth submarines, and they're using a shit ton of zombies. Because what they'll do is they try and resist the initial attack, and they fall back enough to kind of pull your forces in. They hit you with kamikaze airstrikes, they come in with stealth subs and sink your support ships. And then with your guys trapped on the islands with no supplies and no evacuation, that's when they trigger all the zombies that are made from both their fallen and your own fallen. And so you're stuck on an island with no resupply fighting zombies. That's how the Imperial Japanese are stonewalling at every single Pacific island. It's an absolute nightmare. It's like a zombies map on every island. The way the Germans use them is they wait at night. They wait till nighttime and they round up a whole bunch of their dead, and that they turn into zombies, and then they let them loose. And as the zombies kind of run down the middle of the field, kind of terrorizing you at night, the Schreckwolfen and the Nachtjägers run around and start ripping apart like high value targets. So the Schreckwolfen and the Nachtjägers will go after like legit targets, and the zombies are just there to kind of like not really kill you, but it's almost like indirect fire, just like keeps you from sleeping and keeps you terrorized and keeps rattling your nerves. That was pretty interesting, HS. But I would mix. Oof. I was gonna say, yeah. Another thing, HS, is maybe mix the cannon fodder with the French partisans. At least if you're looking for like World War II weapons for your penal legion. Wait, you couldn't say captain, so you demoted yourself to commander? That's kind of rough. Oh. So you got anything fun in your list, Larkin? Anything you're really excited about to play with? Or is it all stuff? I guess with the tournament, are you all pretty experienced with the stuff you're bringing? Which gift you talking about? You talking about the metal slug one down there at the bottom of the screen? His hand's on his hip. The other hand's on the pump action. Oh, so you gotta tell me which one to use. I use a lot of different Tiki emblems. This has been a good stream. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little worried, because I was a little tired. Shameless plug for the 150th time, you know, feel free to make fun of me. But I released that narrative bat rep. That took a lot more work than I thought it did. So I was pretty tired, but you guys were super awesome this stream. Way too many compliments. It's super nice, I appreciate it. But, sad my lead belcher paint has gone bad. But at least we got to work on the... Ooh, that was almost dangerous. At least we got to work on our Kempeitai officer. All right, take it easy, HS man. Stay warm up there, man. Don't freeze out there. Sure, it's pump action, all right. Yeah. So that's probably one of my favorite ideas behind a firearm. If a lot of people don't know this, a lot of people confuse the name of what a China Lake is. They think like an M79, like a thumper, like a one-shot break action, 40mm grenade launcher. They confuse that with the China Lake. What the China Lake is, for like layman terms, for lack of a better term, is basically taking a 12 gauge pump action shotgun and just literally upscaling that bad bitch into 40mm. That's exactly what a China Lake was. This is a pump action 40mm grenade launcher. I think it could hold like 3 or 4 grenades. I think it was absolutely insane. Yeah, right? You really need to make sure it's dead. It's funny, that's why you don't see a lot of M79s anymore. The old single action break 40mm grenade launchers. We had a lot, my career field, we had a lot in our armories just because we had a lot of old shit, because where all the old stuff went to. But we used them for tear gas. And then what's funny is as GWAT went on and on, we started losing a lot more of these M79s. Because what happens is special operations units will take M79 grenade launchers, they'll cut the buttstock down to a giant wooden pistol grip, and they cut the barrel down too. And so basically what it is, we called them a pirate pistol. It's like pocket artillery for them. You know, you just put in a HEDP round, you know, and you just kind of sling it on your gear, and you got a one-shot problem solver. I'm trying to do some research to figure out how I want to paint these Kempeitai uniforms. So I'm thinking blue skirt, white top with red bow maybe. Maybe it'll pop a little bit better. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Yep, I'm about to say. Me too. I had well, we didn't have the 500s. We had the 870s Metal Archer, but I was trained on ballistic, manual, and mechanical breaching. Never explosive. Never trained on that. Way outside my wheelhouse. But manual, mechanical, and breaching. So I carried the little 870 on my back. We always kept one in the truck. But I'm not gonna lie. It was only in our alternate armory, but I really liked my alternate rifle at the alternate location was an M16A2 with a 203. Now, as far as a 203, man, that's what you want. I don't know what it is about. It's like a magical combo. The M16A2 with the 203, it just felt right. Like an M4 just felt a little kind of too heavy, especially if you put like a PEC 18, you know, rangefinder on it. It got super heavy. It always clumped your knee. It was a pain in the ass. But M16A2 with the 203, that's where I was at. It's a long bitch. Yeah, these exactly. So these are Sailor Jupiter models, and I put an MP40 on them to make them Kempeitai. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to paint their uniforms. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I had to look at and figure out how I want to paint these exactly. So yeah, I'm thinking blue skirt, maybe all the way up to here. White blouse. I'll do these little, I guess like the collar blue. Make sure I'll do the little sailor thing in the back blue, and I'll keep the bows red. Yeah, I think it should work. Oh yeah, so it's so funny. I deployed late, like I deployed in 2015. There's all sorts of badass stuff, but I still kept my quad sight from like my first base because they were like phasing them out. Nobody liked the quad sight. Everyone knows how to use a lease sight. That's super easy. But then the Air Force went to these big ass obnoxious PEC 18s, and no one remembered how to use a quad sight. Quad sights, if you dialed that bitch in, you know, if you, like I said, I took the time, you know, with Cheeto rounds to dial that bad boy in. My quad sight was on point. So if you dial in a quad sight, oh my god, you can just, oh man, it's like Kobeing that stuff from like halfway downtown. Oh yeah. Back when I was in EST, Sean, we learned how to skip buckshot under cars. That was one of the cooler things because we used. I trained a lot on the 870. It's all over my 522. So I trained a lot with the 870s because we did a lot of aircraft recovery. That's why later on I did flyway security team. So when you're doing aircraft recovery, what a lot of people don't know is because of all the fuel and oxygen lines inside of an aircraft, it's very easy to start a fire, especially if you have a tracer rounds. That's why you don't usually use them for. It's always M9s or shotguns. So I have a lot of shotgun training, but that was the coolest thing I learned, how to skip buckshot. It's easier with number 4 buck if you can find it, but as long as you're using lead shot, you're all right. You ain't gonna. Steel gets wild. You can't. I mean, it'll ricochet, but you have no idea where it's going. The lead will at least kind of flatten and skip. But yeah, number 4 buck. If you want to learn how to skip buckshot, number 4 buck, man. Oh, I appreciate that. Thanks, man, Larkin. Yeah, so here's the other thing too. Is there's a lot of pictures. I'll post them. There's pictures of actual training of the Japanese training students, you know, to protect the homeland. So that way I can still use these in bolt action without people getting too upset. Yeah, it's funny. We're talking about that, Commander and Sean and Larkin, because it's coming back. Shotguns, you know, without getting too political with it, because of drones and because I work a lot with unmanned systems. So because of drones now, shotguns have become all the rage all over again. It's like the cyclical weapons and tactics, man. Shotguns will never go out of style. We're like, we need these high-tech, you know, shoulder Miji units to override drone commands while they're in the air, and it's like, I'm just gonna use birdshot. It's fine. Now, our K9 guys always carried, what are those, the GAL 15s? The M4s that could go full auto. So our K9 guys always had GALs. Which made sense because they're always by themselves, so they need like some type of fire superiority. I mean, I say by themselves, they obviously had their dogs, but... Yeah, way back in the day, that's where I first wanted to start out, was I wanted to shred over to canine. So I got all sorts of decoy and wrap certified. I worked with dogs a lot, man. I loved it. Super useful. I learned a lot of cool things. Wanted to go canine, and then also wanted to get married. I figured it's not smart to try and do both. You travel a lot as canine, so I picked being married. And then I got snagged for S2, so, you know, that showed me. Yeah, so I'm kind of liking this. So, blue skirt, blue collar, blue thing in the back. I'm keeping the white gloves with the Kempeitai. Then I think I'll do red bows, black hair, black gun, black boots. I'm gonna take a look at that picture Larkin sent. Yeah. Thanks for that picture, Larkin. I now remember why Sailor Moon is so popular. Yeah, green would be a cool idea. I think it would match better with my army. I may have to think about that in the future. It's actually, I'm actually glad you sent me that. That's really cool to see. I think green would match a hell of a lot better with the army. Oh, damn it. Larkin, when you're right, buddy. I may paint one blue and I may paint one green and figure out which one I like. I don't think I'll do the pink bow, but I do like the green. So in case you guys are confused, Larkin is right. I think every piece of modeling advice he's given me has paid off, especially, you know, don't use Citadel white paint. That one is still true to this day. Alright, take it easy, Mad Larkin. Good luck tomorrow, buddy. Yeah, I watched it a lot still with my wife every now and then when she has it on. I know they're all different colors and they all have different shoes, which I think is weird too. Well, I guess I gotta continue painting the blue one then. Nice. I appreciate you guys hanging out for the stream, man. This was a good one. We almost had a couple riots here over vehicle transmissions and inter-service rivalry, which is hilarious. I actually found out a lot more about the Tau. I like learning about the Tau. I think they're pretty interesting. Take it easy, Larkin. Good luck, buddy. I'm pulling for you. Let me check how the poll's doing. Oh, yep. That looks like it's gonna be another Soviet list, or Soviet unit. ZP-34. I'm actually excited. I haven't looked into that one a lot. Nice. I just try not to do the same country back to back. That's why, like, I think I still have to do the Coyote Lightwalker. I've done the Guardian Lightwalker, but not technically the Coyote, and that comes in the U.S. starter set. But I just did U.S. Heavy Infantry, so I try to do the same country back to back. So that's why we had a 2 Japanese, a British, and a Soviet. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Man, you guys are awesome. I'm so lucky to have the stream, to have you guys show up. It really makes paint models go by so much faster. Put sock away. No, I had so many miles piled up to build. So once I finish this Val, especially these 2 Kempeitai, then I gotta finish all my native militia. Then I'll have that full list ready. Then from there, I think I'll make more vows. Then I think I'll start vowing all my specialized Conflict 47 infantry. I have a whole bunch of battle frames for the Japanese. I have the Siberian Terrors. I have the Daughters of the Revolution. Well, speaking of funny matchup, I'm excited for the end of the month, the 30th. Trooper and Irish and I are going to meet up for a nice fun game of 3rd edition bolt action. I think we're going to play a 1500 point match. I think it's going to be 1500 points of Trooper versus whatever Irish can muster up, and then I'll make up the difference. Alright, let's see what your DM says. Oh, is the Francois, is that on Facebook? Yeah, awesome, man. Go ahead and drop a link to that channel if you want in the chat, man. Are you covering the game Foxhole, or is the channel called Foxhole Games? Hey, what's up, Weird War? What's going on, buddy? So I was working on my my Scorpions when I ran out of lead belcher. So I'm actually working on my Kempeitai. You know, they're kind of based off Sailor Moon girls with MP40s. So to make it Weird War, they're like psychic. You know, they're trained to be psychics. Yeah, so Francois's channel is Foxhole Games. Sounds pretty cool, man. I'll definitely take a look. I know him for a few other channels that can all hang out in together. Right? Yeah, see, Weird War 2 gets it. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I will always include pin up and nose art, especially nose art, being an Air Force veteran, any chance I can in my videos. I'm taking a look for it right now, friends. While I'm trying to find it. It's not coming up for me. Yeah, I looked up Foxhole Games. It's not coming up for me, unfortunately. So, if you do find a link, man, let me know. Send me the link and I'll drop it next time. All that's coming up is the actual game, Foxhole. That's why I was curious. I think it was, for a safe answer, Matthew, I think it was just a culture shift. I think that's the best answer I got. Alright, I think once we finish all the things I have to paint black on the model, I think we'll probably call it a stream. Alright, so here we are. I'm looking at the wrong screen. Alright, so here we are. She's got her shoes. Decided to give her black boots. Again, it's not 100% accurate to Sailor Moon. It's kind of just like my own thing. Oh, cool. He changed his name, too. Nice, that's cool. Alright, I like you changing your name. That's cool. Foxhole Games. Nice. Working on her gun right now. It's funny, up until I'm finishing it, just because it's like a blue skirt and a white top, it actually almost kind of looks more like an Alice, which gives me a really cool idea. That would be a cool theme to do for like a German army, or like maybe in like a French army for Conflict 47, like all themed like Alice in Wonderland. That would be really cool. Like all your heavy infantry could be like the playing cards and shit like that. Your walker could be like the Red Queen. That is a really cool... Oh, man, now that I think about it, that's a really cool theme. A really cool theme. Or the Jabberwocky. That sounds cool, Weird Boar. Nice. I'm trying to paint this model on stream, but it's kind of hard because of the posture of the model, as it were. Crack me up, Commander. I just hope you're alright. As long as you're alright, you make me laugh. Well, it started off the stream just to work on my Scorpion Walkers, but we ended up working on our Kempeitai officers instead. Sorry, I needed them done anyway, so. Granted, they're not valid as part of the painting competition, but that's alright. They're not worth very many points, because they can only be taken as inexperienced. So they're only worth 15 points. Oh, model's starting to come together, though. Alright, we hit 4 hours. I think we're going to finish up this painting the black parts, and then I think I'll be done. Which is kind of a shame, because I think all I have left after that is just the red bows, but I'll give it a day, see if I like it. More importantly, I'll get Mrs. Tiki's opinion, see what she thinks. She may be like, no, strip it back down and repaint it, so. She is the Sailor Moon fan, so I will trust her opinion. Not gonna lie, I started the stream kind of tired from work, but man, you guys boosted the hell out of my spirit. Seriously. Now that you have the submachine gun, lesson number 562 from multiple years in active duty. Crazy girls and firearms don't mix. So that's gonna be a hard pass. Oh, sorry, did we talk about that? Tiki's tips? Yeah, Tiki's life tips. There's one. Crazy chicks and firearms. I still gotta do underneath her hair. But I will go ahead and close the poll since we're almost done with the stream. Alright, ending the poll in about 10 seconds. You have a last minute vote you want to get in. This is your chance. It will affect what short comes out this Wednesday. You guys have direct control over that, actually. So Weird World War II, like everything else here, let me see if I can draw it over here. Hold on. It's the thing everybody should learn. I'm sure maybe it applies to guys. I wouldn't know, but okay, here we go. There's your y-axis. Here's your x-axis, right? I'm trying to keep it all on camera. There we go. All right, so trying to think which way it goes. I think it's I mean technically it's a y equals x, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, so you have y equals x, which is like this line right here, right? You know, if you understand how to do algebra. So it's your crazy and hot matrix. Depending on how crazy you are is how hot you are, is how crazy you can be and still be tolerated. You know, you kind of want it underneath the line. You want it like kind of in here. You don't want it kind of up in here. That's where it gets real bad. All right, yeah, it looks like the Soviets won. We'll be doing the Rift Tech. Oh, I just put my paintbrush right my T. Damn it. We'll be doing the Soviet tank, the modified T-34, the sonic weaponry. Let's finish this last mod, or the last bits of black in her hair. Will be good. I don't know. I said Madlark may be right. I may want to do them with green uniforms just so they match a little bit better. Alright, take it easy, Weird War 2. Thanks for checking in, brother. Yeah, I'll shoot you a message on Facebook and we'll schedule a time to meet up and do a video. A Weird War 2 and I want to do a top 10, you know, Weird War / Conflict 47 movies, or movies that get you interested in like Weird War, you know? So that'll be fun. Who doesn't like a top 10 movie, right? Like it's back in 2010. Good damn times. All right, and I think that's where we are with our Kempeitai. So without putting the red bows, honestly, with the black hair, the black boots, and the blue and white uniform, it actually kind of looks almost more like a like Alice. But I do like the white gloves. I think the white gloves is what really kind of sells it as Kempeitai. So that's actually super cool. Yeah, the blue dress with the white bows really just kind of make it look like an Alice. Alright guys, so like I said, it was a great stream. I appreciate all you guys showing up. It was crazy in the beginning. I don't know if a bunch of people came in from the shameless plug from the narrative video I put out earlier yesterday. We had a whole bunch of kind of new people jump in, like Cheese Wheel and some stuff. That was cool. Comment section was flying so fast I couldn't even keep up. It was awesome. But it was a fun stream. I got a lot done. I was worried because my lead belcher paint was very good, but we immediately moved right on to the Kempeitai girls, so that was pretty nice. So if you guys are headed off to sleep, I hope you get the sleep that you deserve. If you guys are headed to work, I hope you have a great shift. I hope it's a phenomenal shift. And as always, I hope you guys stay safe, stay hydrated, and don't forget to relax today, because you're on Tiki time.
Shipwrecked soldiers on wooden sand, Type array, rifles in hand, hula gals with summer smiles, no war drums, just beach for miles. Ghost parked by Tiki lights, shadows dance in tropic nights, sand beneath where boots once stood, paradise ain't so misunderstood. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Bunkers built from palm and hope, coconuts and crude soap, imperial dreams, fade and sun, warriors turn beach bums. Shine to ocean gods we raise, praying for forgotten days, sake in the campfire glow, life's a surfboard, ebb and flow. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands.